Well, the first part of this ride is a real barn burner.
Okay, come on back. Slow.
Well, I'll tell you what, you see that stall, you want to stall the weapon? Let's get some dogs. Gone off break, they were over there looking over that period.
They didn't have a pin.
The OSS-1 payload, which is primarily what we're going to be talking about this morning, flies in March. The Kennedy Space Center is responsible for the preparation and the launch of the shuttle and the payload. Our plan is to increase the frequency of the missions, to do them more efficiently. So part of our task has been not only to develop the hardware and the software, but also the methodologies and the cooperation which is required between centers. And so this is a rather center-wide effort with heavy involvement of all the centers, and the methodology of working together and accomplishing this is part of the task that we have been faced with.
The crawler transporter will be transporting the vehicle to the pad at approximately 1 mile per hour. The complete journey to the pad will take approximately 5.5 hours, with an additional hour and a half needed before the mobile launch platform is hard down. Hard down is a term used by the engineers to describe the mobile launch platform being completely supported by the pedestals on the pad and no longer exerting any pressure on the crawler transporter.
I think that this is something that's really good for America. And I'm really grateful and I'm gratified to see how the American people have come and stood behind this program, how they're rallying to the front. I think it's been a real boost to our national spirit. I think it's caused us to renew our patriotic spirit. And I'm told that there are more people coming to this launch than for any launch in history. And that's really gratifying to both of us.
We're really ready to do it on time, on schedule for the full duration next week. And we hope to be able to express some of our excitement to you and bring you some pictures via TV, certainly after the flight, and tell you how it is to fly that magnificent machine that we have ready to go out on the pad, the Columbia. Thank you very much for welcoming us here to Florida this morning. Thanks again.
This is Shuttle Launch Control. T-minus 2 hours, 5 minutes and holding. Despite the fact that we're in a hold, there are many activities continuing to go on. In the astronaut quarters, Commander Jack Lausma and Gordon Fullerton have just sat down for their traditional breakfast of steak and eggs and orange juice. However, in the case of Gordon Fullerton, the pilot, he will not be having the eggs and steak. He will be having breakfast cereal instead. Jack Lausma, who is serving as commander for this flight, was one of the 19 astronauts selected by NASA in April of 1966. He served as a member of the astronaut support crew for Apollo 9, 10, and 13. And on July 28, 1973, he was launched aboard a Saturn 1B as the pilot for the Skylab 3 crew. His crew logged a total of 1,427 hours and 9 minutes in space, setting a new world record for a single mission at that time. He also spent 11 hours and 2 minutes outside the spacecraft in 2 separate EVAs, or extravehicular activities. He's a colonel in the Marine Corps. Gordon Fullerton became a NASA astronaut in September of 1969, following the first landing on the moon. He is a member of the astronaut support crews for Apollos 14 and 17, and was also a member of the 2-man crews who piloted the shuttle orbiter Enterprise on the approach and landing test during 1977. Fullerton is an Air Force colonel. Both astronauts are married. Lausma has 3 children and Fullerton 2. Astronauts checking the weather by looking out of the window in the breakfast room. They will be receiving a breakfast or a weather briefing during the breakfast period and in the astronaut quarters. Following breakfast, they'll be moving down to the suiting room where they'll put on their flight suits and then begin the trip to the launch pad. Liftoff of STS-3, the third flight of the space shuttle, is expected at 11 a.m. Eastern Standard Time this morning. The countdown at T-minus 2 hours, 5 minutes and holding. This is Shuttle Launch Control.
We're going to pretend like we're just in a simulator when we're out there. If you look at the big bird too close, you know it gets kind of awesome. But if you get in the cockpit, it's just like home.
And now Jack Lausma coming out and waving to the crowd. In addition to the KSC workers, there is also the press photographers who are assembled, and watching them climb into the vans along with the cooling equipment that they carry to keep their suits cool while they are on the ground. This will be the longest of the shuttle missions to date. The first two were about 54 hours in length. This one will be 7 days in length and will double the time that we have on the airframe of the orbiter. This is Shuttle Launch Control at T-minus 2 hours, 5 minutes and holding. The astronaut van has come up the ramp to the pad surface. At the pad, and permission has been given by the orbiter test conductor and the NASA test director for the crew to enter the orbiter.
OTC, yes? Go ahead.
This is Shuttle Launch Control at T-minus 1 hour, 55 minutes and counting.
How do you read?
The solid rocket booster rate gyros have been turned on, and the gaseous nitrogen purge of the solid rocket booster aft skirt has begun. The rate gyros are used by the orbiter navigation systems to determine the rate of motion of the solid rocket boosters.
Aircraft 1, how do you read?
During their 2 minutes of flight, the simulation of the first motion of the shuttle has been sent to the Johnson Space Center Range Safety and Firing Room to test the system which indicates liftoff. At the present time, rate gyro assembly torque test is underway. Both astronaut Jack Lausma and Gordon Fullerton are presently in the orbiter and are in the process of being placed in their seats for the flight. Everything going smoothly in the countdown. A count at T-minus 1 hour, 55 minutes and counting. This is shuttle launch control.
CDR, NTD on air to ground 1. How do you copy? NTD is hearing you loud and clear. How's the team ready to go this morning, Norm? Looks like we got a great day. Yeah, sure. It looks good right now, even though we are an hour down. Well, we can always turn the clock back an hour and launch at 10 right on time. Yeah, I guess we could. Okay, PLT, how do you copy me? PLT, air to ground 1, NTD. NTD, PLT's got you. I got a suit tech in front of the trigger here. That's why I was slow getting back. Okay. How am I coming in, okay? Yes, sir, loud and clear. Okay, I can read both of you loud and clear. Thank you. CGLS, OTC, go ahead. OTC, CGLS. Go. Go ahead. Did you call me? I thought you had called me earlier. No, negative. Okay. CGSS? Go ahead. Did you call? Negative. Okay. CBSE, OTC? CBSE, OTC, air to ground 1. Go ahead, this is CBSE. Can you verify reception of CDR and PLT ECGs? Roger, verify, Scott 284. Copy. This is OTC, COSC. Go ahead. Yes, we'd like permission to pick up on step 306 at this time. Okay, you got to go on 306. Copy, thank you. OTC, CFCT, go ahead. Hey, be advised that console C6 has just had a moving head disk error. C6, that's fine. All programs at this time are still active. Copy. COFC. Go ahead, COFC.
This is shuttle launch control at T-minus 1 hour, 50 minutes and counting. Astronauts Gordon Fullerton and Jack Lausma are in the process of checking out their communications on board the orbiter and getting into their respective seats and the hookup of the biomedical life support and communication system.
We'll be ready for the
they had
pressure
a
check
comm
momentarily.
test with the NASA test director and the orbiter test conductor, and quipped about the fact that we were launching an hour late, that we could launch on time if we just moved the clock back 1 hour. Everything is going very smoothly. We have just had confirmation from the Mission Control Center in Houston that they did receive the simulated first motion signal, which was sent from the Kennedy Space Center. That signal is what indicates that the solid rocket boosters have actually lifted off of the pad. Everything going smoothly in the countdown, T-minus 1 hour, 48 minutes, 55 seconds, and counting. This is shuttle launch control.
OTC, COSC. Go ahead. Step 130306 is complete. Copy. ASP, OTC. Go ahead. You about ready for caution warning volume adjustment? Be just a second. Okay. OTCS. Go ahead. Yes, sir. We're going to do the pressure integrity checks at this time. Okay, copy.
This is shuttle launch control at T-minus 1 hour, 44 minutes and counting. The flight crew has completed most of their entry procedure. The seat heights have been adjusted, as well as the rudder pedals. The injection seat safing pins have been removed and placed in a special pocket in the commander and pilot space suits. Many of the communication checks have been conducted, and at the present time, they are conducting a pressure suit integrity check. During this time, the crewmen will hold their breath and verify that no leaks occur around the face barrier. They'll adjust the suit controller to the closed position to verify the suit integrity and depressurize the suit. Everything going very smoothly in the countdown at this point, expecting a launch at 11 a.m. Eastern Standard Time. The countdown at T-minus 1 hour, 43 minutes and counting. This is shuttle launch control.
OTCS. Go ahead.
Pressure integrity checks were good, and we're picking up step 288, final checklist.
Copy. This is NTD on 232 and Air to Ground 1. At the present time, at 0900 Eastern, the count clock is at T-minus 1 hour and 40 minutes and counting. We do have two planned holds, one at 20 for 10 minutes and one at 9 for 10 minutes. Bus.
OTCS, we're going to run the seats for a second.
Go ahead.
This is shuttle launch control at T-minus 1 hour, 36 minutes and counting. The countdown going very smoothly, with various checks being conducted by the astronauts in the cabin prior to the closing of the hatch. The primary scientific payload of STS-3 is the OSS-1, or Office of Space Science 1, group of experiments managed by NASA's Goddard Flight Research Center in Greenbelt, Maryland. The payload has 9 experiments. 8 are carried on a U-shaped pallet in the cargo bay, and 1 is the plant growth unit. Scientists from 5 American universities, Columbia, Florida, Houston, Ohio, Iowa, and Utah State, and from the University of Kent in Great Britain, are participating in the experiment, as are scientists from the Naval Research Laboratory in Washington, D.C. The experiments, by far the most extensive to be aboard the shuttle, are designed to measure the environment in and around the orbiter for use in planning scientific experiments on future shuttle missions. One of the experiments being flown is the solar flare X-ray experiment from Columbia University. The experiment will measure the intensity of X-rays emitted during a solar flare to help determine the physical process on the sun that generates the disturbances. If a flare occurs during the mission and conditions permit, astronauts Lausman and Fullerton will change the attitude of the orbiter, placing the payload bay toward the sun so the measurements can be made. Another experiment on this mission is by scientists of the University of Florida and will collect data on how dust particles and other materials might obscure astronomical observations being made by instruments on the orbiter.
Go ahead.
Ready for the caution warning volume adjustment.
Gotta go.
One of the experiments might develop something which we've never seen before in space. The instrument is the Vehicle Charge and Potential Experiment being operated by Utah State University. This experiment will examine the orbiter's environment, the extent to which electric charges accumulate on the surfaces of the Columbia, and the manner in which electrical currents can be established to neutralize active electron emissions. The experiment will fire electron beams into the atmosphere around the orbiter, which might be visible to the crew and television cameras. These beams have been seen in vacuum chambers on Earth, but never in space, and their behavior under near weightlessness and in the vastness of space is of interest to scientists for future missions of the shuttle. The University of Kent in Canterbury, England, has an experiment which will measure the numbers, chemistry, and density of micrometeorites encountered by Columbia in orbit. One of the most active scientific experiments will be the plasma diagnostics package being conducted by the University of Iowa. This experiment is designed to study the interaction of the Columbia and its environment as it soars through the ionosphere. The instrument will be picked up by the orbiter's remote manipulator system, built by Canadians, on 3 different occasions during the planned 7-day flight, and it will be moved in and around the orbiter to take its measurements. One other experiment is designed by the Goddard Space Flight Center, which may pave the way for the design of simpler protections for instruments in space.
Go ahead.
Because of the extreme temperatures encountered in space, instruments must now be wrapped in insulation and provided with heaters, sensors, radiators, and electronics for temperature control. The thermal canister being flown will use heat pipes to control temperatures. If all goes as planned, the experiment will be able to maintain temperature stability of plus or minus 3 degrees centigrade.
Okay.
The countdown going smoothly at T-minus 1 hour, 31 minutes, 50 seconds and counting. This is shuttle launch control.
OTCS.
Go ahead, Al.
Yes, sir. The driver locks are removed. I'm going to activate the drivers at this time.
Okay.
OTCS.
Go ahead.
Yes, sir. Drivers are activated. I'm going to panel L12.
Repeat, please.
Drivers are activated. I'm going to configure the OSS.
Okay. COFC, OTC. All right. You want to pick up on your driver EMON activation? That's affirmative.
OTC, CQC 212.
Go ahead.
Yes, QC on 141.
QC, copy 141.
Copy.
COOS,
Go.
verify 318.
Verify.
COFC, 319. That's verified. About 2021.
OTCS.
Go ahead, ask.
Switch reconfig complete.
Copy that. Okay, I'd like all personnel to verify their systems are ready for crew module closeout. Is anyone not ready? We'd like to verify. COFC would like to verify 20 and 21 first. That'll take us a couple seconds. Okay. CEPD CTC 212. Go ahead. Could you verify 316? Verify payload primary, main C motor switch on. Copy. CDR OTC. Go ahead, OTC. You ready to proceed with astrocom checks? That's firm. Okay. CDR, air ground 2, loud and clear. How many, OTC?
Gotcha, loud and clear, OTC.
ICOM A is 5 square, OTC. How many?
ICOM A.
Loud and clear and ICOM B, OTC. How many?
TLT as you loud and clear and ICOM B.
OTC, the CDR hears you loud and clear on UHF. How many, over?
TLT as you loud and clear on UHF.
OTC, CGLS. Go ahead. GLS functional initialization is complete. Copy that. Flight, OTC. Air to ground 1.
Morning, Columbia. Houston's with you. We're ready for the voice checks. Configure for air to ground 1.
Good morning, Houston. This is the Columbia. We're hearing you loud and clear. Go ahead, over.
Roger. This is Houston transmitting on air to ground 1. How do you copy?
Jerry, we're hearing you loud and clear, but we haven't got our switches off yet. Still on.
Roger.
Okay, Houston transmitting on air to ground 1. How do you read the CDR?
CDR is loud and clear.
Okay, I hear you the same.
And the PLT, same on.
PLT, Houston, you're loud and clear. Let's configure for air to ground 2.
Okay.
Okay, Houston, Columbia is, how do you read us on all air ground and air to air, over?
Roger. CDR is loud and clear.
And the PLT, cover T is hang
Roger. Gordo, you're loud and clear, and we'll see you at T-minus 25 next.
Roger, T-minus 25. Thank you, Derek. CDR, OTC. All right, sir. We'd like you to stand by to perform the board advisory checks on air to ground 1, please. CDR, NTD. Go ahead, NTD. Roger, on my mark, on panel F6, the abort indicator light will come on bright. Are you ready to go? Ready to go. Okay. 3, 2, 1, mark. Mark off. Okay, you should have on panel F6 abort indicator light on bright. Okay, I don't see any abort indicator light on at all. Okay. CCSE entity. CCSE, we show no commands going on. Okay, Mila, are you on? Mila NTD, 212. Mila on 212. Roger, Mila, we sent the abort advisory command, and we did not get the light on that crew module. Did you see the command over there? That's affirmed, but we, as I told you before, we're still in. You're fading out. I can't read you. What you say again? So we should be ready shortly. In fact, we are ready now. We just got instructions from Houston's armor system. Okay, I copy. You're ready for us to send a command now. That's affirmed. Okay, CDR NTD. Go ahead, NTD. Okay, let's try it again. Roger. 3, 2, 1, mark. Mark off. Okay, CDR verifies abort light bright. Okay, flight NTD.
NTD Houston flight.
Stand by, minute flight.
NTD Mala.
Roger, Mala, how do you read?
I read you 5 by. The problem on that first abort command was we were not, our command system was not armed at that time.
Okay, we verified a couple of minutes ago, step 370, that you were configured. Did you make some changes?
We verified that our hardware was configured. We're still enabled, and we have to have the command system armed, and Houston used them.
Okay, flight NTD.
NTD Houston flight.
Roger, we've completed sequence 13, step 371 and 372. We're ready for 373. Transmit aboard A off, DSM 4051.
Board A off.
Okay, CDR, the light should go dim. CDR, Roger, I noticed no change in the light. Now I noticed it go to dim. Okay, the light is dim now. CDR, affirmative.
This is shuttle launch control at T-minus 1 hour, 20 minutes, and counting.
DSM 4053.
Everything proceeding smoothly in the countdown. The astronauts, Commander Jack Lausma and pilot Gordon Fullerton, going through voice checks with Houston and various other people who are monitoring this morning's flight. The crew is in place and ready for launch, and the closeout crew are in the process of removing the extraneous material from the crew module. This includes such things as the personal equipment transfer bag, the helmet visor protectors, pen light, seat angle servicing unit, the flight deck floor panels, disconnect for static ground, the flight
Go ahead, COSC.
TV screen covers, the mid-deck floor covers, and various other types of tools which are used when they are putting the astronauts in place. The solid rocket booster rate gyro torque test has been completed ahead of schedule, and at the present time we're preparing for the abort advisory check. This is one of the backup systems which indicates that a major problem has been detected and the crew might have to get out quickly. This particular check involves a light which is used to signal the crew if normal voice communications have been lost. On the pad, they can either eject or get out of the orbiter, run to the slide wire baskets, and ride down the wire to the bunker or an M113 armored personnel escape vehicle. This wiring light will also be checked later in the count and can be used both while the orbiter is on the ground or in flight. The countdown proceeding at T-minus 1 hour, 18 minutes, 5 seconds and counting. This is shuttle launch control.
OTCS.
Go ahead, Al.
Yes, sir. Crew module is closed out for flight. I'm ready to come off com.
Sounds good.
I'd like everybody to maybe quickly look at their switches and make sure that we didn't bump something, and now I'm ready to exit.
Okay, anybody see any problem on their switch scan? Okay, F, looks good. Come on out.
Okay, thank you, OTC.
Be sure you wave.
I copy, OTC. Thank you.
CGNC, OTC.
Go ahead.
What about your pre-flight calibration? Will that complete by the clock?
Yeah, that was, well, we did the first one. This is necessary. We'll pick up the attitude summation by the clock.
Okay, I can go ahead and perform the GMT Delta adjust then?
Yes.
DPS, OTC.
Yes, DPS.
Go ahead and perform GMT Delta adjust.
All right, we'd like a QC on 152.
Gotcha, QC copy.
Copy.
JYVO, this is OSR. JYVO, OSR here. 138.
This is shuttle launch control at T-minus 1 hour, 13 minutes and counting. We've had an indication from the closeout crew in the white room at the orbiter that they have completed their closeout operation on board the orbiter. They're presently removing the walkway to get into the orbiter and are preparing to close the hatch. Just prior to this period, they cleaned the hatch seals so that they would be ready, and they'll be closing that. And once the hatch is closed and locked in place, special plugs of the orbiter insulating material will be screwed into place. The pre-flight calibration of the inertial measurement units has been completed also. The inertial measurement units are used to tell the guidance systems on the orbiter where it is in relationship to the launch pad here at the Kennedy Space Center. And the launch countdown clock has been adjusted with Greenwich Mean Time. The countdown going very smoothly at T-minus 1 hour, 11 minutes, and 50 seconds. This is shuttle launch control.
Go. OTC CGNC on 212.
Go ahead.
Okay, attitude determination is complete. We'll pick up pre-flight line by the clock.
Okay, copy that. CDR, OTC.
Go ahead, OTC.
Okay, I'd like to pick up on the cabin leak check. Let's go to panel L2A1.
All right, I'm looking at it.
Vent ISO open until talkback's open.
Okay, here comes the vent ISO open. Mark. Talkback open.
Okay, verify vent talkback's closed.
Vent talkback is verified to be closed.
ECL.
I verify ISO off and vent closed.
Copy. Okay, CDR, I'd like you to monitor panel 01 and verify cabin pressure increase to approximately 16.7. You can let me know when that happens.
Welcome.
This is shuttle launch control at T-minus 1 hour, 4 minutes, and counting. The Eastern Test Range safety hold fire checks are underway at the present time. This test verifies the ability of the range safety officer to stop the countdown during the last seconds of the count. Up in the White Room on the fixed service structure, the closeout crew is in the process of completing the sealing of the hatch on the orbiter. As soon as that is complete, the flight crew, Jack Lausma and Gordon Fullerton, will be asked to assist in conducting a pressure check of the cabin. STS-3 will carry the first Getaway Special canister to be flown on the shuttle. Getaway Specials are self-contained payloads managed by NASA's Goddard Space Flight Center. They will be flown on future shuttle missions on a space-available basis. Individuals, organizations, educational groups, as well as foreign and domestic governments can purchase space for qualified experiments for $3,000, $5,000, and $10,000, depending on size and weight. The Getaway Special canister being flown on this mission is being carried as a verification test so that measurements of pressure, temperature, and acoustic noise can be made and incorporated into the planning for the experiments that will be flown on future missions. The countdown proceeding smoothly at T-minus 1 hour, 2 minutes, 26 seconds and counting. This is shuttle launch control.
CDR, OTC.
Go ahead.
Yeah, you see any increase yet?
That's a negative.
ECL?
That's ECL, go ahead.
Shouldn't they be seeing an increase by now?
We haven't started the pressurization yet. We're waiting for them to finish their hatch seal leak check.
Hatch seal leak check's complete.
Okay, we'll continue on. I need to go to 143 and with a CMQC.
Okay, QC copy.
QC copies.
And the closeout crew.
Okay, we'll get them there. CDPS, OFC, OTC.
This DPS.
You ready to pick up 392?
That's affirmative. Hard copy. We'll put that in work. PLT, DPS. PLT, DPS, 212.
Roger, DPS, PLT, go ahead.
Yes, on panel C2, the right CRT select switch is 3.
Okay, it's verify 3.
Okay, on the right keyboard to resume.
Resume, I have 901 GTC memory.
I copy. Thank you very much. OTC 395 complete.
Copy that. COFC?
Go ahead.
Go ahead and pick up 396.
Will do.
OTC ECL 212.
Go ahead, ECL.
I need OMTO on 143, please. Closeout crew.
He's supposed to be on his way.
OTC CGNC 212.
Go ahead.
Okay, your pre-flight line has been started.
Copy.
Okay, it's NTD on 232 and Air to Ground 1, present time. Countdown clock is at T-minus 1 hour and counting at 9:50 Eastern, 9:40 Eastern. We're presently going through the SRV chamber pressure transducer cow and GPC update.
PLC, COSC.
COSC, PLT, go ahead.
This one, CRT3, you should have a sensor self-test.
Affirmative, spec 102, sensor test. And I have no up or down arrows.
This is shuttle launch control at T-minus 58 minutes, 27 seconds, and counting. We've had word from our crews at White Sands at Northrop Strip that they are ready for any contingency landing that might occur there, as well as the prime landing, which should occur 7 days after liftoff on the 29th of this month. During the past few days, 300 tons of equipment have been moved from the Edwards Air Force Base out to White Sands to take care of the orbiter, to perform the safing and the purging of it after it lands, and get it ready for the trip back to the Kennedy Space Center. It should be approximately 9 days after the landing before it arrives back here at Kennedy to be prepared for the next flight.
We see high test values and no arrows.
Unlike the Kennedy Space Center and the Dryden Flight Research Facility in Edwards, California, a different type of lifting device will have to be used to lift the orbiter up on top of the 747 ferry aircraft to bring it back to the Kennedy Space Center. A device called a stiff leg derrick, which looks a little bit like a huge tripod device, will be used for that particular
back to GPC memory.
In addition to the stiff leg derrick, the various convoy trucks which purge the orbiter upon landing provide cooling for the orbiter once the evaporators are shut down, and provide comm and various other support systems have been moved out to White Sands for that purpose. Up in the White Room at the site of the orbiter, the closeout crew has completed closing of the hatch and sealing it, and Crew Commander Jack Lausma has been asked by the orbiter test conductor to assist in performing a cabin leak check, which is underway at the present time. During the leak check, the cabin vents are closed and the increase in pressure monitored. The cabin pressure will reach approximately 16.7 pounds per square inch. This will cause alarms in the cabin to go off, which will also test that safety system. Additional cabin leak checks will be conducted later in the countdown. The countdown going very smoothly. The booster test conductor is performing a calibration of the solid rocket boosters chamber pressure transducers. These transducers measure the pressure in the thrust chamber of the nozzle, and this information is used to tell the computers when to separate the solid rocket motors during flight. The separation procedure begins when the chamber pressure falls below 50% of normal. Safety has confirmed that the fire and rescue personnel are ready to support the launch, and the recovery director has ordered the pilots to stand by to man the weather aircraft. The countdown, T-minus 55 minutes, 8 seconds, and counting. This is shuttle launch control.
PLT, COSC.
COSC, PLT, go.
You should have sensor self-test for accelerometers.
Okay, step 101, sensor self-test is on there now.
You should be saying the AA is being selected.
Okay, we have 4 asterisks on AAs.
Okay, we're starting the test.
Okay, I have the, looks like the high test, I guess, and no arrows up or down.
Okay, you should have no up or down arrows at this time.
That's verified.
Okay, we're terminating the test now.
Roger. OTC, ECL.
Go ahead.
We'll be tripping a master warning for high cabin pressure.
Copy that. CDR, are you getting a reading in there yet?
CDR, we're not getting a reading, but I just heard the air coming in the cabin.
Okay.
PLC, we've resumed the right CRT.
Roger, and that's verified back to GTC now.
Copy, thank you. And CDR reports the cabin pressure building and a master alarm cabin atmosphere. OTC, COFC, go ahead. Yes, step 408. We've completed RTA and AA sensor self-test.
Copy. Go ahead and pick up 409.
Copy. OTC, CNSC, I'm ready to pick up with step 412.
Go ahead. DPS, OTC.
This DPS.
Okay, go ahead and read flight critical payload MDM bite status.
All right, in work.
PLT, OTC.
OTC, PLT.
Okay, perform water boiler pre-activation.
Okay.
OTC, DPS.
Go ahead.
Step 411, MDM BSR reads complete.
Copy.
OTC, COFC.
Go ahead.
Step 409 is complete.
Copy. EPD, OTC.
Go ahead.
Step 424. Copy.
OTC, PLT. Water boiler pre-activation is complete.
Copy. RCRE.
RCRE, go.
Okay, go ahead and start mag tape and strip charts for our FRFS terminal count test.
Mag tape verified.
OTC, PD. Go ahead, EPD. 424 complete. Copy.
OTC, CH5D.
Go ahead.
Step 423 verified.
Copy.
This is Shuttle Launch Control at
And
T-minus
OTC,
50 minutes
CDR reading
and
about
counting.
17 pounds
We are
in the
coming up
cabin
on a
now.
weather briefing
Okay,
on
copy that.
conditions in the launch area. The crew has
OTC
begun to
is
configure the
CNSC.
switch panel
Go
for
ahead.
activation of
Report
the
step
hydraulic
412,
auxiliary power
413,
unit water boiler.
414,
And the range
415,
safety officer has
416,
verified
and
that the range
417,
safety system
and
is ready for
418
launch,
complete.
Copy
and
that.
a final open loop command network verification test has been conducted. The countdown going along smoothly, T-minus 49 minutes, 30 seconds, and counting. This is Shuttle Launch Control.
ECL, OTC.
This ECL, go ahead.
Okay, CDR reports he's getting about 17 PSIG in there.
Copy.
CMTD on 232 and 212, all personnel should be advised the count clock is at T-minus 49 minutes and counting. Now once we do get down to T-minus 20 minutes for our next hold, at that point we'll go into a short on-net briefing, and at that time through T0 we'll expect all people to remain in their seats. CCSE, OTC 212.
The CCSE.
Okay, I'd like you to support S-band high power on 232.
I copy.
GLS, OTC.
PGLS.
Go ahead and perform mainline activation.
Copy and in work. OTC, CGLS.
Go ahead.
Okay, step 464 through 470 complete.
Copy.
This is Shuttle Launch Control at T-minus 43 minutes and counting. The Landing and Recovery Director has directed the chase aircraft to be manned, and in just a few minutes, John Young, commander of the first shuttle flight, will take out to check out the weather for possible return to launch site in the case of an abort of the mission. A Gulfstream is used, which is the training aircraft that is used by the astronaut for practicing landings at the various landing sites, including the Kennedy Space Center. The aircraft is specially configured so that it can come down at the sharp rate of descent that the shuttle uses during landing, and astronaut John Young will be flying those trajectories to determine that the visibility is sufficient for a return to the launch site. This is one of the constraints to launch. The weather forecast just given indicated that our weather is being affected by a weak frontal system that is just south of the Jacksonville area. At the present time, there is 4/10 cloud cover from 1,500 to 2,000 feet and 4/10 cloud cover from 30,000 to 34,000 feet. Some of these clouds are breaking up, and it should be somewhat clearer at launch time. The temperature at launch is expected to be 82 degrees and the relative humidity 60%. The closeout crew in the White Room beside the orbiter are making their final preparations for returning to the pad surface and coming back to the fallback area.
Okay.
The countdown going very smoothly at the T-minus 41 minute point.
Request
This is shuttle launch control.
lower fuel cell 1 current by about 10 to 20. EPD, you copy? Copy. Hey, Al? OTC, EPD. Go ahead, EPD. F fuel cells, if that's okay now? Yeah, CLCP copies. Very good. Okay. COSC, OTC. COSC. Can you release some of your printer plotters? We need them for another test. We don't have any printer plotters running. You have none running. Negative. We're due to call some up in 10 minutes.
OTC, CGLS.
Go ahead.
I can verify step 478, 479.
Copy. COSC, OTC. This COSC. Go to 232, please. Copy. This COSC. OTC, ECL. Go ahead, ECL. We may go to classes. Okay. Copy. ISO. ISO, copy. Okay. Okay, OTC, we got a master alarm. It's a klaxon, DPDT. ECL, OTC. Go ahead, OTC, CCL. Okay, we got the klaxon. Can they reset? Affirm. Okay, go ahead and reset PLT. Yes, sir, we reset that.
This is shuttle launch control at T-minus 37 minutes and counting. Astronaut Jung Young has just taken off in the weather aircraft to determine the acceptability of weather conditions in the launch area for the launch. He is not concerned so much about the actual launch of the vehicle, but what might happen if it was required to come back here to the launch site for a landing in case of an abort. He'll be flying the various landing trajectories into the shuttle landing strip, and it's been determined by the weather people that the direction of the landing strip to be used is runway 15. The ground launch sequencer mainline computer programs have been activated and are being monitored to prepare for taking over the countdown at the T-minus 9 minute point. The countdown at T-minus 36 minutes and counting. This is shuttle launch control.
CDR, OTC. CDR, go ahead. Let's go ahead and pick up pass BFS transfer prep. Roger, pass BFS transfer prep and work. Okay, all personnel be advised that we may have a loss of data during the FEP-RF source verification. T1VO, CWS. OTC, CDR, the pass BFS transfer prep is complete. All right, copy that. OTC, ECL, 212. Go ahead, ECL. We've completed the 2 PSI cabin leak check. Okay, I'd like to pick up the vent redundancy check. You concur? That's affirmative. CDR, OTC. Go ahead, OTC. Perform cabin vent redundancy check, please. Okay, we're performing the cabin vent redundancy check, and we report the pass BFS transfer prep complete. Yes, sir, I got that. Thank you. CCSE, OTC. CCSE, OTC. CCSE 212. You complete with 481? S-band system to high power? Yes, sir. Copy. OTC, CDR, the cabin vent redundancy check is complete. Okay, copy. Okay, I'd like you to stand by to perform the cabin vent at T-minus 30 minutes. Welcome. OTC, we'd like to hold on that T-minus 30 minutes venting for a couple of minutes here to give us a leak decay rate. You give me a hack when you're ready. Wilco. OTC, PLT. Go ahead.
Okay, we're looking at the BFS right now. I noticed 3 AFA fan messages on the fault summary page when we first brought it up, and since that time we've gotten about 6 more.
ECL, OTC.
Go ahead.
Did you copy the AFA fan messages?
Just have one more. Negative. What was that?
Just the PLT that's on the BFC? BFS?
That's affirmative. BFS is showing, we just got another cyclically appearing SM2 AFA fan messages.
OTC, ECL. That's probably AFA fan delta P's, which are high because of the cabin elevated pressure. How's the change in density, OTC? Okay. Roger, they should go away when we vent the cabin here in a couple of minutes. Okay. Copy that, PLT?
Okay, well, have a look at them.
Okay, CDR, OTC? Go ahead, OTC. All right, let's perform the Holmes GN2 pressurization. Performing Holmes GN2 pressurization. OTC, CDR,
the T-minus 30 minutes and
Copy
counting.
that, COOS,
The
504.
S-band telemetry system
Verify.
is being switched to
505.
high power and configured to change
505,
to
verified.
transmit and
Copy.
receive signals by radio rather than through wire, as is done
KOSC,
through much of the
OTC.
countdown.
Go ahead and pick up 507. Roger.
The support personnel
ECL,
at the
OTC.
landing sites and
Go ahead.
booster retrieval area
Okay,
have
508,
been told
509
on their
complete.
readiness to support the launch.
That's affirmative. Copy that.
At the present time,
CHDD,
everything going
OTC.
smoothly.
This CHDD,
The cabin leak
Okay,
checks
when ECL
are
gives us
being
a go, we'll
concluded
be
at the
venting
present
into the
time,
payload bay.
and Commander Jack
Copy.
Lausner
We'll
has been
monitor.
asked to stand by to vent the cabin pressure. The countdown continuing at T-minus 29 minutes, 12 seconds and counting. This is shuttle launch control.
OTC, we've completed the leak check. Okay, so you're ready to pick up with cabin vent? That's affirmative. CDR, OTC. Go ahead, OTC. Go ahead and open the cabin vent. Okay, I understand you want the cabin vent ISO valve open. That's affirmative. Cabin vent ISO open, tongue back open. Copy that. Okay, stand by to give pro words CDR and ECL, close cabin vents if you get a decrease in PPO2 below the baseline. Got the ECL copy. And the CDR reports Clarkson, DPDT, and the cabin pressure coming down. Okay. OTC, I'll verify 513. Okay. We can go ahead and reset the Claxton, right? Affirmative. Okay, CDR, you can reset. CDR reset. EPD, OTC. Go ahead. Pick up 525. Copy. 525 complete. ISL, OTC. EPD, OTC. This is EPD. You want to power up GSE pick racks? Okay, and work. GLS, OTC. CGLS. 530 complete. That's in work. OTC, EPD. Go. GSE pick racks powered up. Copy. NTD, OTC. OTC, CGLS. Go ahead. Step 530 complete. Copy. NTD, OTC, air to ground 1. Go ahead. We're ready for air to ground voice checks. Okay, flight CDR and PLT, will you stand by to perform the simul air to ground voice checks, please? CDR, we're standing by.
Flight standing by.
Columbia, Houston back with you for the voice check. How do you copy?
Okay, Houston, reading you loud and clear. How are you?
You're loud and clear, Jack.
This is shuttle launch control at T-minus 25 minutes and
Loud and clear, Gordo, and we have no weather
orbiter
changes
maneuvering
for you
system
or cue
engines
card
have been
updates.
pressurized
You
for
wish to have the
launch.
weather repeated.
The cabin leak check has been completed and the cabin vents
Okay,
open.
at this time we're recommending
Presently, air-to-ground
KSC
voice
runway
checks
15
between the astronauts and
Rota
mission
runway
control in
28,
Houston are
and
being
Norfolk
performed.
runway 17. All
The
prime
NASA
runways.
test director is asked to be notified
Okay,
when
that
all
sounds good.
non-essential personnel
Roger, the
have
STA
cleared
is
the
airborne
launch
now, and
danger
we'll give you
area
his report at
roadblock.
T-minus 9. See you there.
At the present
We'll be
time,
standing by. Thank you,
the
Jerry.
only group on the pad is the closeout crew, which has been securing the
Go ahead.
orbiter access arm to be moved back at 7 minutes prior to launch, taking a look at the orbiter to ensure that it is satisfactory in that area for launch. We have just had a word from the safety people that a large boat is in the launch area, and the Coast Guard is being notified to check that it will be out of that area before time of launch. Present time, things moving along smoothly in the countdown. T-minus 23 minutes, 45 seconds and counting. This is shuttle launch control.
I repeat, the countdown clock will hold at 20 minutes for a 10-minute built-in hold. CGLS, OTC. CGLS, go. Pick up the one shot by the clock, please. Copy.
OTC, CGNC on 212.
Go ahead.
Okay, we got 10 minutes coming to the end of pre-flight line.
Copy.
OTC, DPS.
Go ahead.
Can step 550 be verified?
CDR, OTC.
Go ahead, OTC.
CRT-3, can you verify an item 25 with no asterisk?
CRT-3, item 25, verified, no asterisk.
Copy. Copy, DPS.
I copied, thank you.
OTC, CGLS. Go ahead.
Verify step 549 and 551.
This is shuttle launch control at T-minus 21 minutes and counting.
That's affirmative.
The primary computer programs are presently being transferred to the backup computer in order for both systems to have the same information on board the orbiter. In case of a prime computer failing during flight, the backup would take over control of the shuttle vehicle. We're coming up on one of two remaining periods of holds in the countdown. T-minus 20 minutes. We will go into a 10-minute build-in hold, during which all computers in the firing room or control room are configured with the proper programs for the final portion of the countdown. At the time that we come out of the hold, the onboard computer will be changed over to the flight program.
Give me a call when you're ready.
Also during this hold, the inertial measurement unit's pre-flight alignment will be completed. Approximately 7 seconds away from going into our T-minus 20-minute hold. 2, 1, we're at T-minus 20 minutes and holding. This is a 10-minute build-in hold. There will be one additional 10-minute build-in hold, which will occur at the T-minus 9-minute point.
All personnel monitor either 232 or air to ground.
At this point in the countdown, the NASA test director goes through a short briefing for all of the personnel who are monitoring this morning's launch. At the present time, everything proceeding properly at T-minus 20 minutes and holding. This is shuttle launch control.
OTC, CDR, the cabin vent valves are both indicating closed, and it was done in a sequential order.
Copy that. Thank you. ECL verified.
This is shuttle launch control at T-minus 20 minutes and holding. We're in the process of a status check with all of the various test conductors monitoring the countdown. They must verify that all of their systems are ready to resume the count just about 5 minutes from now. The landing convoy has confirmed that they are ready to support the launch, along with all of the possible landing sites. The chase plane pilots have been ordered to man their aircraft. NASA test conductor, or NASA test director Norm Carlson, spoke to the flight crew and wished them good luck for all of the launch team, and said, "We'll see you next Monday at Northrop Strip." Commander Jack Lausma extended his thanks from the crew to the entire launch team and said it was a tribute to all of them that we have reached this point.
Copy. Okay, all personnel after the transition to Ops 101.
We'll be coming out of this build hold at exactly 10:30 a.m., moving towards a launch at 11 a.m. Eastern Standard Time. At the present time, everything going smoothly. All of the various managers who have been checked have responded they will be ready to pick up the count.
You're going to come out.
This is shuttle launch control.
Okay, we got 48 seconds here left.
48 seconds left. Okay, let me know when you're ready.
Will do.
Okay, CDR and PLT, give me a go to pick up the clock at T-minus 20, please. At approximately 3 minutes.
CDR. TD, OTC.
Go ahead.
Okay, we're go to resume count.
Okay. Did I get a go from PLT?
PLT's go.
Thank you.
FCP, OTC. FCP, go. Okay, when we pick up the count, go ahead and perform your fuel cell purge by the clock. Copy.
OTC, CGNC.
Go ahead.
Okay, pre-flight line is complete. We're ready to transition Ops 1.
Copy that.
This is shuttle launch control at T-minus 20 minutes and holding. We're just about 40 seconds away now, or 50 seconds away from picking up the countdown once again. The NASA test directors have verified to safety that the closeout crew rescue locker equipment has been replaced and the locker secured. The White Room personnel have secured the White Room and have gone down to the launch pad surface, where they position the elevators with their power off and doors closed, and then start back to the roadblock and their launch position.
Go ahead.
20 seconds away from picking up the countdown once again, moving towards a launch at 11 a.m. Eastern Standard Time.
Attention all personnel, the countdown clock.
We have had verification that pre-flight alignment of the inertial measurement unit has been completed.
1, mark.
We're at T-minus 20 minutes and counting.
So I T-minus 20 minutes and counting. Copy.
A purge of the 3 fuel cells on board is underway. The fuel cells are purged by flowing the normal reactants, hydrogen and oxygen, through them. The countdown going smoothly. One more build-in hold remaining in the countdown, which will come at the T-minus 9 minute point. The countdown clock at T-minus 19 minutes, 30 seconds and counting. This is shuttle launch control.
Okay. DPS, OTC.
This is DPS, wing report 629, ops transition, GPCs in 101.
Copy that. COFC, OTC. Go ahead, page 407.
That's in work.
DPS, OTC.
This is DPS, wing report 629, ops transition, GPCs in 101.
Copy that. COFC, OTC. Go ahead, page 407.
That's in work. And do we have a clear for Spec 99 Pro and GNC?
PLT, OTC.
Go ahead.
Configure pass and BFS for horizontal sit displays.
Okay, stand by. We're still clearing the fault page on the pass, and we haven't quite got the BFS in ops one yet.
Okay, copy.
This is shuttle launch control at T-minus 18 minutes and counting. As we came out of the hold at the T-minus 20 minute point, the computer was transitioned to ops 101. At that point, the primary computers on board will be dumped and compared with the onboard computer to verify that it has the proper configuration for launch. The flight crew is configuring that computer for the comparison test at the present time, and they also have been checking the horizontal situation displays. A gimbal check of the main propulsion system is also being performed. A gimbal simply means that the engines are moved from side to side to ensure that they can steer the vehicle properly during the flight. The countdown continuing satisfactory at T-minus 17 minutes, 10 seconds and counting. This is shuttle launch control.
Okay, steps 630, 631, and 632 are not performed. And I can verify 642.
Copy.
OTC, PLT, we have the BFS to ops one complete. We're working on the horizontal sits.
Copy that.
OTC, CHYD.
Go ahead.
I verified deviation 13-26 on page 420.
Gotcha.
OTC, CGNC, verify step 651.
Copy.
OTC, DPS.
Go, DP.
652 is verified.
Copy. OTC, CFCP, go ahead. Okay, fuel cell
This is
purge
Shuttle Launch
complete,
Control
ready for,
at T-minus
fuel cell
15
thermal
minutes
conditioning.
and counting. The
Okay,
abort
you gotta go.
advisory checks are underway once again. This is the system which is used to inform the crew of problems and the necessity
CDR
of aborting the mission if the voice system should fail. The
OTC,
cross
OA.
vent
Go
valve
ahead,
featuring
OA.
the orbital maneuvering
675 will be
system
enough
and
for
the
form.
remote control system are also being
Copy,
configured
675
for the
now for
launch.
form.
All of the test
CDR
support
NTD.
team members have been polled and have verified that they are ready to
Go ahead,
go
CDR.
ahead. The
Okay,
chase
we're
plane
about
pilots
ready to,
have been
pick
ordered
up
to
the
start their
abort advisory
engine.
check again.
The countdown,
OTC, NTD.
T-minus
Go ahead.
14 minutes,
Ready for abort
25
advisory check.
seconds, and
Stand by
counting. This is
DLT,
Shuttle Launch
LTC.
Control.
Go ahead. Like to perform the MPS helium reconfigure. Okay, that's in work. And we have checked pass and BFS Spec 50s and they're ready to go. Repeat, please. We have checked Spec 50 on both pass and BFS and they are ready to go. Copy that, thank you. Okay, CDR, I guess we'd like to go ahead with the abort advisory checks. NTD, OTC. Go ahead. Go ahead and pick up abort advisory checks. Okay, flight, Mala, NTD.
Flight NTD.
Roger, are you
Standing
ready
by.
for abort advisory checks?
Standing by.
Okay, Mala, NTD. Mala's ready for abort advisory check. Okay, and your arm? That's firm. Okay, CDR on mark. 3, 2, 1, mark. Mark off. CDR verifies the bright abort light. Okay, flight NTD.
Board A off.
CDR verified dim. CDR verifies a dim abort light.
Board
Okay.
B off.
CDR verify off. CDR verifies the abort light is off. Okay, flight, send AB on. Should come on bright, CDR. CDR verifies the bright abort light. Okay, flight, B off.
Board B off.
Should be dim, CDR. CDR verifies a slightly dimmer abort light, but not as dim as the first time. Okay, A off, flight.
A off.
Should go off, CDR. CDR verifies the abort light is off. Okay, flight AB on.
AB on.
CDR verifies the bright abort light. Okay, A off, flight.
A off.
Okay, CDR has it look this time. CDR verifies a dim abort light. Okay, is it more dim this time than it was the one just prior to this? That's firm. Okay, flight B off.
B off.
CDR should go off. CDR verifies the abort light is off. Okay, flight board advisory checks are complete.
We concur.
COOS, OTC. Bill, configure all
This is Shuttle Launch Control at T-minus 12 minutes and counting.
OTC.
During the past couple of minutes, the solid booster test conductor ordered the gaseous nitrogen purge on in the aft portion of the solid motor. This will continue up to engine ignition.
Fuel 97.
We also have verification from the DOD Contingency Support Group that they are ready to support for launch with emergency aircraft personnel and their station.
108 and fuel 106.
The countdown
Okay,
will
copy
hold at the T-minus 9-minute point,
NTD,
and that
all
will be
personnel be
a
advised the
10-minute.
countdown clock will hold at T-minus 9 minutes in approximately 2 minutes.
The countdown
FCP,
continuing
OTC.
to move towards a liftoff at 11 a.m.
FCP,
Eastern Standard
OTC.
Time.
FCP, go ahead.
At T-minus
726.
11 minutes, 13 seconds. and
That's in work.
this is Shuttle
Copy.
Launch Control.
OTC, DPS.
Go DPS.
Step 735 complete, T-minus 20-minute dump, and no miscomparison.
Copy. Okay, all personnel in the control room remain seated. The no smoking rule is now in effect through launch.
OTC, CFCP. Go ahead, FCP. Thermal conditioning complete. What step's that? 726. Copy. OTC, EPD. Go APD. Fuel cells are loaded. Copy. Okay, I have a caution at this point. If we receive a cutoff request, there shall be no additional vehicle command sent by LPS
This is Shuttle
other
Launch
than the
Control,
GLS
just a
saving
few
for
seconds away
minimum of
from
60
going
seconds.
into our final build-in hold at the T-minus 9 minutes point. T-minus 9 minutes and holding. This is a final 10-minute build-in hold. During this period, the flight crew will once again do a cabin pressure test. The comparison of the primary computer with the onboard computer has been completed and is satisfactory. All aero services and actuators on the orbiter are presently in the proper configuration for the auxiliary power unit to start and hydraulic pressure to be applied. We have just had verification from our safety folk that the area is clear for launch. The fishing boat, which was in the area, has moved out, and we do have satisfactory conditions. We'll be coming out of this build-in hold at approximately 9 minutes to 11. At the present time, everything going smoothly, T-minus 9 minutes and holding. This is Shuttle Launch Control. This is Shuttle Launch Control at T-minus 9 minutes and holding. We're approximately 8 minutes away from picking up the countdown once again. As we come out of the hold, the ground launch sequencer located in the Firing Room Integration Council will take over command of the remaining event, as well as monitoring the response of the various shuttle systems. At T-minus 25 seconds, the flight computer redundant set launch sequencer takes over on board the computer and checks that no launch commit criteria are violated during the remaining seconds of the count. At T-minus 5 minutes, the auxiliary power units will start. At T-minus 4 minutes, a purge of the main engines will start. And at T-minus 2 minutes and 55 seconds, pressurization of the liquid oxygen tank will begin, the liquid hydrogen tank, followed by the liquid oxygen tank. One of the changes that have been made in the countdown for this launch is the way in which the auxiliary power units will start. Altogether, 9 switches must be thrown by the astronauts. 1 switch for each of the 3 auxiliary power units opens the propellant isolation valve. 3 switches then start the auxiliary power units, and the final 3 switches allow the gearbox to be pressurized and begin pumping the hydraulic fluid. In the past, The astronauts monitored the pressure changes after each sequence of switches were thrown before throwing the next series. Since the countdown can be automatically halted at T-minus 4 minutes, if one switch has not been thrown, the astronauts on this flight will simply throw on all of the switches as fast as possible while test personnel on the ground monitor the system's response. Launch Director George Page has just alerted the launch crew that we are waiting for a weather go-ahead from astronaut John Young, who is presently flying the shuttle training aircraft. We would not come out of the hold until we have heard from him. At the present time, T-minus 9 minutes and holding. This is shuttle launch control. This is shuttle launch control at T-minus 9 minutes and holding. At the present time, Launch Director George Page is telling the commander This is shuttle launch control, T-minus 9 minutes. We are preparing to come out of the countdown. We have just been given a go by Launch Director George Page. He just talked to the crew and said that he was sorry about the 1-hour delay, but wished them a good launch. The Commander Jack Lausma said that he appreciated the fact that they have the hopes and the prayers of the American people with them on this launch. About 1 minute away from coming out of the countdown. Following ignition of the solid motors and liftoff of the vehicle at 11 o'clock, the vehicle will take approximately 7 seconds to clear the tower. At that point, the shuttle velocity will be greater than 100 feet per second and increasing. When the velocity reaches 121 feet per second, the vehicle will begin to pitch over, followed by a roll maneuver to align it properly with the flight azimuth. At 44 seconds into the flight, the vehicle will encounter the greatest structural loads on it, and the crew will reduce the main engine thrust to 72%. At 1 minute and 3 seconds, the vehicle is through the max Q area, and the crew will increase the thrust back to 100%. 10 seconds away from picking up the countdown. During this hold, the launch team was briefed on the way in which a halt can be called, and we're at T-minus 9 minutes and counting. The launch events are now being controlled by the ground launch sequencer from now up to T-minus 25 seconds when they switch to the onboard redundant set launch sequencer. The ground launch sequencer is part of the launch processing system and operates by relaying commands to the computer's onboard computers, which they then report back to the launch processing system that the commands have been executed. The primary job of the computers is to check that all of the launch commit criteria, such as propellant loads, temperatures, pressures, and other measurements are proper.
To CCSE.
The launch and recovery director has ordered the chase planes to take off. We're coming up on the 8-minute point in the countdown.
PLD, OTC. Go ahead. I'd like to set the AC sensors to monitor, please. Okay.
T-minus 8 minutes and counting. Everything proceeding smoothly towards a liftoff at 11 a.m. Eastern Standard Time.
AC bus sensors are in monitor.
The liquid oxygen fill and drain valve in the external tank has been closed and topping of the tank completed. The crew access arm will be retracted in just a few seconds. This is the walkway used by the crew to walk from the service structure on the pad to the orbiter. If there should be an emergency, it can be put back in place in 15 seconds. T-minus 7 minutes, 25 seconds, and counting. T-minus 7 minutes, 10 seconds, and counting.
Coming up on
just a few seconds away from crew access arm.
Roger.
The crew has been advised to lower their helmet visors, and the crew access arm is retracting. T-minus 6 minutes, 50 seconds, and counting. The crew has verified that their seats are in launch position. At the 6-minute point, the crew will perform the auxiliary power unit pre-starts.
Minus 6 minutes and 30 seconds.
Proper position.
PLT, OTC. Mark. Go ahead. You can go ahead and perform APU pre-start.
To start flowing from the tanks.
Minus 6 minutes and 15 seconds. Mark.
The pilot, Gordon Fullerton, has been asked to perform the APU pre-start.
T-minus 6 minutes.
T-minus 6 minutes and counting. Pre-start of the APUs is complete.
Flight, OTC.
Roger, go ahead.
T-minus.
Transmit recorder commands, please.
Roger, upgoing. Target.
PLT, OTC. OTC, PLT has APU pre-start complete. I have 3 gray talkbacks. Copy. Panel C3, DFI recorder talkback. All 3
5
should be
minutes,
gray.
30 seconds and counting.
Okay, and they're all 3
The
gray.
development flight instrumentation recorders are on. The DFI provides measurements of temperatures, pressures, and physical stresses on the orbiter, and the recorders store this information for playback after landing.
After 5 minutes here, please.
T-minus 5 minutes, 12 seconds, and counting. The orbiter flight recorders are on.
OTC, CGSS, I'll verify OA.
T-minus 5 minutes, and
Go for
counting.
APU start.
We have a go for APU start.
Roger, go for start.
And 5, you can proceed to payload pre-launch conveyance, please.
In work.
The APUs
CDR,
provide hydraulic
configure
power to move
procedure,
the aero surfaces and main engine
CDR,
for
welcome.
steering. T-minus 4 minutes, 42 seconds, and counting. The firing circuits for the solid rocket boosters
4:30.
ignition and range safety
Payload
destruct
commands
devices have been armed. This is done with a motor-driven switch called a safe and arm device. T-minus 4 minutes, 20
And
seconds,
CDR
and
reports
counting.
heater configuration complete.
The
Copy.
main fuel valve
APU
heaters
start,
have been turned off in
all three, they look
preparation
good.
for engine
Copy.
start. The main engines of the orbiter will actually be started at T-minus 6.8 seconds, and it takes 3
Okay, we're
seconds
coming
for
up
them to
on
reach
T-minus 4
90% thrust, at which time the solid motor ignition starts, culminating with ignition and liftoff at T0. T-minus 3 minutes, 55 seconds.
And the crew clock is right on. Thank you, NTD.
The final helium purge of the orbiter's main engine has started to ensure that there's no surplus hydrogen or oxygen in the area at the time of ignition. T-minus 3 minutes, 40 seconds, and counting. The elevon, speed brake, and rudder are being moved through a pre-programmed pattern to ensure that they are ready to be used during the flight. T-minus 3 minutes, 28 seconds, and counting. The shuttle is now on internal power. However, the fuel cells are still receiving their fuels from the ground support equipment for about another minute.
Minus 3:15, mark.
T-minus 3 minutes, 12 seconds, and counting. The profile checks of the aero surfaces are now complete, and the engine gimbal or movement check of the main engines on the orbiter is underway to ensure that they are ready for flight control. T-minus 3 minutes and counting. T-minus 2 minutes, 55 seconds.
Pre-press.
The liquid oxygen valve for filling the external tank is closed and pressurization has begun. After the tank is pressurized, the hold capability is limited to 3 minutes and 36 seconds. T-minus 2 minutes, 40 seconds and counting.
Go ahead.
Okay, clear.
The
Caution of warning memory, please.
gaseous oxygen
All right,
vent
that's
arm
complete.
is being retracted.
Minus 2:30, mark.
T-minus 2 minutes, 30 seconds and counting. The fuel cell's ground supply of oxygen and hydrogen has been terminated, and the vehicle is now using its onboard supply.
Minus 2 minutes and 15 seconds.
T-minus 2 minutes, 15 seconds.
Mark.
The main engines have been moved to start position. The astronauts have cleared the caution and warning memories in their onboard computers and verified there are no
CDR,
unexpected errors.
PLT, configure for liftoff.
T-minus 2 minutes and counting. The astronauts are configuring the APUs or auxiliary power units for liftoff. The liquid hydrogen vent valve has been closed and flight pressurization underway. T-minus 1 minute, 45 seconds and counting. The computers are automatically verifying the readiness of the main engines at the T-minus 1 minute point.
Minus
T-minus
1:30.
1 minute, 30 seconds and counting. T-minus 1 minute, 20 seconds and counting.
Minus 1:15.
T-minus
Mark.
1 minute, 15 seconds. The liquid hydrogen tank is at flight pressure. Coming up on the 1 minute point in our countdown. 1 minute
Coming up
prior
on
to
T-minus
the
1 minute.
liftoff of the third space shuttle mission. T-minus 1 minute and counting. The firing system for the sound suppression water system on the pad is armed. T-minus 50 seconds and counting. T-minus 45. We're 14 seconds away from switching command of the countdown from the ground computers to onboard computers. The development flight instrumentation recorders
35.
are on. T-minus 33 seconds and counting. The GOX vent arm is fully
Over,
retracted,
sequence start.
and we're switching control of the countdown to the onboard computers. T-minus 25 seconds. The sequencer on the orbiter is now controlling the final seconds. T-minus 20 seconds. T-minus 15, 14, 13, 12, 10. We are low for main engine ignition. 8, 7, 6. We have main engine ignition.
3, 2, 1, 0. Lift off. We do have a lift off. Power clear.
Tower.
Roll it over, Houston.
Roger, Columbia rolling.
Houston now controlling. Mission control confirms roll maneuver started. Point to the blue sky, Houston. 20 seconds. Thrust looks good.
Roger, sounds good.
26 seconds. Roll maneuver completed. 30 seconds. 1 nautical mile in altitude. Throttling engines down now to 68% as programmed. 38 seconds. Flopboard status looks good. Mission control. 42 seconds. Columbia now 3 nautical miles in altitude. 46 seconds. Coming up now at period of maximum aerodynamic pressure on the vehicle. 55 seconds. Pass through max Q. Still looking good. Throttling engines back to 100%. Giving a go at throttle up.
Columbia, Houston, you're go at throttle up.
Roger, go at throttle up. We're going here too. Mark 1 minute 10 seconds. Columbia now 7 nautical miles in altitude, 4 nautical miles downrange. Velocity now reading 2,700 feet per second. 460 the max airspeed, Houston.
Roger, 460.
Mark 1 minute 25 seconds. Columbia now 11 nautical miles in altitude, 8 nautical miles downrange.
Okay, we got a free on loop light, Houston.
Roger, we're looking.
That was Jack Lousma reporting a free on loop light. 1 minute 40 seconds. Coming up on negative seats where altitude is too high for ejection seat use.
Columbia, Houston, negative seats.
Negative seats.
Mark 1 minute 55 seconds. Columbia now 21 nautical miles in altitude, 19 nautical miles downrange.
DC 50, Houston.
2 minutes 2 seconds.
DC
Standing
50.
by for solid rocket booster separation confirmation.
Okay, there's 103.
2 minutes 15 seconds. Confirm solid rocket booster separation.
Roger, Columbia, we confirm guidance converged.
2 minutes 23 seconds. Onboard guidance is converging as programmed. Columbia is now steering for a precise window in space for main engine cutoff. 2 minutes 30 seconds. Standing by for 2-engine TAL capability.
Bingo converge at 8:35, Houston.
Roger. Columbia, Houston, you have 2-engine TAL capability.
Roger, 2-engine tail.
2 minutes 45 seconds. I'd call up by Capcom. Terry Hart says that Columbia now has a 2-engine auto landing capability at Roto Naval Air Station, Spain. Columbia now 42 nautical miles in altitude, 58 nautical miles downrange.
Okay, Houston, looks like the water ball is working real good.
Roger, copy.
Boy, the first part of this ride is a real barn burner.
3 minutes 10 seconds. Columbia's 3 main engines.
And we got some flakes going by the window. We got some just right after liftoff.
Roger, we copy, Jack.
Yeah, it looks like a blizzard out there. Lots of white little flakes.
Roger.
3 minutes 30 seconds. Columbia now 51 nautical miles in altitude. Return status check and mission control by Flight Director Tom Holloway. 3 minutes 40 seconds. Lousma and Fullerton given a go to continue. Mark 3 minutes 45 seconds. Columbia now 53 nautical miles in altitude, 104 nautical miles downrange. Really moving out now. Velocity now reading 7,800 feet per second.
Houston, I show the number 3 APU oil temp climbing up there.
Number 3 APU, we'll take a look at it.
4 minutes 2 seconds. Standing by for negative return.
Columbia, Houston, stand by for negative return. Mark, your negative return.
Negative return.
4 minutes 12 seconds. With that call up, Lousma and Fullerton committed to space travel. They can no longer turn around and return to the launch site. 4 minutes 20 seconds.
There's APU temp.
Roger, we're still looking.
4 minutes 28 seconds. That was a report of an APU temp light. 4 minutes, 33 seconds. Columbia now 60 nautical
Columbia,
miles.
Houston, we recommend water spray boiler number 3 to Bravo.
4 minutes, 40 seconds. Columbia now 61 nautical miles in altitude, 170 nautical miles downrange. Four minutes, 55 seconds. Columbia now 62 nautical miles in altitude, 5 minutes, 2 seconds. Standing by for Prestamico.
Columbia, Houston, stand by for Prestamico. Mark it, you're Prestamico with normal throttle.
Roger, 2 to Miko, thank you.
5 minutes, 22 seconds. A Prestamico call from Capcom Hart says, should Columbia lose but one engine, press on, keep flying forward. Columbia's engines have enough energy to achieve normal altitude and velocity at cutoff. 5 minutes, 35 seconds. Columbia now 63 nautical miles in altitude, 255 nautical miles downrange. Velocity now reading 12,300
Columbia,
feet
Houston,
per second.
we're still watching the temps on APU-3. They're still climbing. We'll keep you advised.
Okay, we are also.
Mark 5 minutes, 55 seconds. Standing by for single engine TAL capability.
Columbia, Houston, you have single engine TAL capability.
Roger, single engine tail.
6 minutes, 5 seconds. That report from Capcom Hart indicates if a 2-engine failure occurred, Louseman and Fullerton are capable of an emergency landing at Rota Naval Air Station, Spain. 6 minutes, 20 seconds. Columbia now 63 nautical miles in altitude, 340 nautical miles downrange. Velocity now reading 14,800 feet per second.
Roger, we copy.
That was Commander Jack Lousma reporting another message on APU-3. 6 minutes, 45 seconds. Columbia now 62 nautical miles in altitude, 398 nautical miles downrange.
Columbia, Houston, no action required at this time, but be advised we're thinking of shutting down APU-3 after single engine Prestamico.
Okay, right. Carry.
Mark 7 minutes. Columbia pitching over now, diving to decrease or increase velocity, decrease altitude, giving Columbia her most favorable latitude. 7 minutes, 10 seconds. Standing by now for
horizon in the upper part of our window now, boy. It's really a beauty, Terry.
Roger, sounds good, Jack.
Standing by now for single engine Prestamico, call up by Capcom Terry Hart. 7 minutes, 25 seconds. Columbia now 60 nautical miles in altitude, 505 nautical miles downrange.
Columbia, Houston, single engine Prestamico.
Single engine press.
7 minutes, 38 seconds. That report says that Lousman...
Columbia, Houston, we recommend you secure APU-3. Over.
Okay, shut down APU-3.
That was Capcom Terry Hart telling the crew to shut down APU-3. The single engine Prestamico call says that the crew can achieve normal engine cutoff targets even if 2 engines go out. 8 minutes, 4 seconds. Columbia now 59 nautical miles in altitude, 630 nautical miles downrange. G-forces building for Lousman and Fullerton coming up to 3 Gs. 8 minutes, 18 seconds. Columbia's 3 main engines slowly being throttled back now. Should be throttled at 68% at 6 seconds before main engine cutoff. Mark 8 minutes, 30 seconds. Standing by now for main engine cutoff. Columbia now...
And there's Miko, Houston, 25.680 right on the button. And 285 up.
Roger, sounds like a good one.
8
Well,
minutes...
you got a good attitude for 7. We're standing by.
8 minutes...
Roger.
46 seconds. Confirmed shutdown. Columbia again returned to space. Not yet returned to orbit.
Okay,
Standing
there's
by
Sep,
now for
Houston.
external tank sep.
Roger, Sep.
Confirm external tank separation. 9 minutes, 2 seconds. Columbia now performing an evasive maneuver, moving below and beyond the external tank. Nine minutes, 14 seconds. Go, no-go status check and mission control by Flight Director Tom Holloway for the first ohms burn.
Okay, Houston, this says we go for now ohms 1 here. You concur?
Columbia Houston, we concur. Your go for nominal ohms 1, APU shutdown on time.
Roger.
9 minutes 38 seconds, given a go for ohms 1 and the APU shut down on time. Nine minutes 50 seconds, Columbia now maneuvering to ohms 1 burn attitude. Using the two 6,000-pound thrust engines, ohms 1 will be posigrade, moving Columbia forward and higher on her flight path, placing Columbia into a limited lifetime orbit. Report Columbia now at burn attitude, in burn attitude. Ten minutes 43 seconds. A prop systems controller reports ignition, two good engines. Columbia doing the first ohms burn now.
Columbia Houston, 30 seconds left. Configure LOS. The burn's looking real good going over the hill. We'll see you at Madrid.
Okay, Terry, the burn is looking real good. It was on time, and see you at Madrid.
This is Shuttle Control Houston, 12 minutes mission elapsed time. Prop reports cutoff on the first ohms burn. We have loss of signal now with Columbia through Bermuda. The next station to acquire will be Madrid. Minutes 25 seconds. We expect Madrid acquisition in about 6.5 minutes. This is Shuttle Control Houston, 15 minutes, 24 seconds mission elapsed time. Flight Dynamics Officer Ron Epps reports the following results for the first OMS burn. Time of ignition, 10 minutes, 33 seconds, mission elapsed time. Delta V, 153 feet per second. Burn duration, 1 minute, 27 seconds. Resulting apogee, 130 nautical miles. Resulting perigee, 46 nautical miles. At 15 minutes, 58 seconds, mission elapsed time, this is Shuttle Control Houston. This is Shuttle Control Houston, 18 minutes, 35 seconds mission elapsed time. Standing by now for reacquisition of signal with Columbia through Madrid. We now have acquisition of signal with Madrid. Now processing Madrid.
Columbia, Houston, we're AOS Madrid. Configure AOS.
Okay, we're here in Madrid. Okay, Houston, we got a good burn. It was on time. We're in a 131 by 46, as you can see, and I'll give you a gimbal check.
Roger, sounds good, and we're ready for the gimbal check.
$19 minutes, 33 seconds. That was Commander Jack Lausma reporting a good OMS 1 burn. Now in the process of doing a gimbal check. Minutes mission elapsed time. About 3.5.
Just gave you the secondaries that look good here. The primaries are coming at you, and I want you to take a look at our solution for OMS 2.
Roger, Columbia, we'll do that.
It looks like the BFS and the tracking the pass just right.
Roger, we concur.
Oh. Shuttle Control Houston, 20 minutes 55 seconds mission elapsed time. About 2.5 minutes remaining on this pass through Madrid.
Columbia Houston, the targets look good to us. Your nav is good and the TVC is good. Your go for rooms too.
Okay, go for rooms 2. We're on the initiator maneuver now.
Roger.
The external tank doors have been closed as scheduled. That was Capcom Terry Hart passing along to Jack Lausma and Gordon Fullerton. A go for the second ohms burn. Giving a go for the second ohms burn.
Columbia Houston, no action required on the left engine helium message.
Okay, we kind of expected that. How's the APUC cooling down?
Roger, we're still looking at it. Stand by, please.
Okay.
Columbia Houston, we think that APU-3 is cooling down just fine now.
Okay.
Columbia Houston, we have 20 seconds left here at Madrid. Configure LOS, and we'll see you at Indian Ocean at about T-minus 5.
Columbia, right now.
This is Shuttle Control Houston, 23.5 minutes mission elapsed time. We have loss of signal now with Columbia through Madrid. The next station to acquire will be Indian Ocean Station in approximately 12.5 minutes. Meanwhile, we will report that the APU number 3 was secured following single engine press to MECO purely as a precautionary shutdown. The consideration is that there are 3 good APUs on board, and this shutdown should have no mission impact. Shuttle Control Houston, 24 minutes, 42 seconds mission elapsed time. We've been provided the maximum heart rates for the crew at liftoff. They read as follows for the commander, Jack Lausma, 132, and for the pilot, Gordon Fullerton, 92. We repeat those with the maximum heart rates at liftoff. This is Shuttle Control Houston, 29 minutes mission elapsed time. We have the following predictions for the OMS 2 burn from Flight Dynamics Officer Ron Epps. OMS 2 is a Holman transfer done close to apogee that'll bring the perigee up to a circular orbit. The predicted OMS 2 burn results are as follows. Time of ignition, 40 minutes, 50 seconds mission elapsed time. Delta V of 152 feet per second. Duration, 1 minute and 32 seconds. OMS 2 should result in a circular orbit of 130 nautical miles by 130 nautical miles. We're at 30 minutes mission elapsed time now. 3 major events must occur in the next few hours for Lausma and Fullerton aboard Columbia to stay on orbit. First, the onboard computer system must be reloaded from Ops 1 to Ops 2. This is needed to align the inertial platforms. Also, one computer will be loaded with Ops 3, the entry program, and put to sleep, taken offline. Second, the payload bay doors must be opened to provide cooling through the radiators to Columbia. The flash evaporator has a lifetime of several hours. Third, at least 2 of the 3 fuel cells must be purged with hydrogen and oxygen to rid the impurities. The fuel cells can survive only so many hours without purging. In the mission, they will be purged periodically. We'll follow these 3 activities as they occur. We're at 31 minutes mission elapsed time, about 5 minutes away now from reacquiring Columbia through Indian Ocean Station. This is Shuttle Control Houston.
Space, configure.
T-minus 4 minutes and counting.
STA at 1 o'clock high. Early up.
T-minus 3 minutes and counting.
Mark 51, top 24. Mark 51, top 24.
Go ahead.
Y'all see anything?
Yeah, we got him. He's into the clouds now.
T-minus 2 minutes and counting.
Gate 51's on. Yeah, what's the count?
T-minus 60 seconds and counting. T-minus 50 seconds. T-minus 40 seconds. T-minus 30 seconds and counting. T-minus 20 seconds and counting. T-minus 15 seconds and counting. Stand by for terminal countdown. Minus 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3,
51's on.
2, 1, 0. Liftoff. Plus 1 second. seconds. Plus 20 seconds. Plus 30 seconds. Plus 40 seconds. Plus 90 seconds. Chase 1, access into the aircraft danger airspace has been approved by range safety. You're 20 seconds from the IP. Continue present heading.
Copy.
Chase 1, 10 seconds from the IP. Turn right heading 180.
And Chase 1, here we got it.
Chase 1, copy.
Okay, we're still tracking with TV.
And Chase 1, did you copy right turn to 180?
Okay, I'm we're still tracking.
Chase 1, roger, advise ready.
Go. Imitate, we copied a negative return. We'll continue here on our heading as long as we can continue to track him with TV, and then we'll be returning to Patrick.
Chase 1, copy all, thank you. And we're T plus 4 minutes, 30 seconds.
Okay, we've just lost TV track and imitate. We're going back. Thank you for that.
Chase 1, copy.
I'm going to return to Patrick now.
Been a pleasure working with you, Dick, and you'll have good chasing out west.
Okay, we'll be talking with you. Thank you. We're going to get a TV picture of the smoke trail with you in the background if you want it. Tell you what, you have the lead on the right, now we'll take the picture of you. Okay? Continue your shallow right turn. That's good. Just down with Chase 1, runway you want us to land on. Left.
Chase 1, runway 02 in use.
Copy, runway 02.
Runway 02, Chase 1.
Report initial.
Okay, let's go ahead and head back in. I'm going to get slightly in front of you. Okay.
Squawk Tower, same position now.
Chase 1 is 15 east, heading for 02 initial.
1, roger. We have a C-130 inbound with an engine out, so we'll try to get you in first.
Okay, we'll be coming in quite fast and sneak on in ahead of you.
For that.
Chase 1, on and off the air.
Roger, imitate 1, we'll see you. Thank you.
Good 1, turn. Good 1, Federer, turn.
TV chase over 19, you guys looking real good.
Okay.
Chase 1 Tower, stay your position now.
7 east.
The C-130 is on a right downwind at this time.
Roger, what's his altitude?
Stand by, Peapod 1, say your altitude. Copy, Chase 1, he's at 1800 now, descending to 1100.
Roger, we'll be 2000, we'll be on initial in about 30 seconds. Sally Hill, he's right, 230. And it looks like we'll probably beat him in at this speed.
But 1, you'll be number 2 to follow the 2 C-38s.
Tower, Chase 1 flights, turning a short initial, understand, right brake, or left brake.
Well, it's a left brake before base.
Can I brake first? Okay. Brake.
Shuttle Control Houston, 36 minutes mission elapsed time, now acquisition of signal with Indian Ocean Station. We will will be in acquisition with Columbia through Indian Ocean for about 7 minutes. Now processing data through Indian Ocean Station.
Columbia, Houston through Indy Ocean. Configure AOS, please.
Okay, Terry, we're configured AOS, and we're in the burn attitude. 4 minutes till take. How do you copy?
You're loud and clear, and we'll take a good look at you.
Shuttle Control Houston, about 3.5 minutes away now from the second Holmes burn. Giving a go for the second Holmes
Houston,
burn.
you're looking real good at TIG -3.
Okay, that's good news. Thank you, Terry. Terry, I just completed the vacuum and everything terminate steps.
Roger, we copy.
.39 minutes 45 seconds mission elapsed time, about a minute away now from ignition for Olms 2. .41 minutes mission elapsed time. The prop systems engineer reports ignition, 2 good engines. 2 good engines, good control. We're about 2 minutes away now from loss of signal through Indian Ocean. The Olms 2 burn now underway. Shuttle Control Houston, 42 minutes 30 seconds mission elapsed time. The prop systems engineer reports cutoff on time. The second Olms burn completed.
Columbia, Houston, a good burn. We have 20 seconds left at Indian Ocean. Configure LOS and your go for payload bay doors.
This is Shuttle Control Houston at 43 minutes 25 seconds mission elapsed time. Loss of signal now with Columbia through Indian Ocean Station. The next station to acquire will be Yargady in approximately 8.5 minutes. As we passed out of Indian Ocean Station range, Capcom Terry Hart passed along to the crew, Jack Lausma and Gordon Fullerton, that the Olms 2 burn looked good. The crew was given a go for the payload bay door opening. At 44 minutes mission elapsed time, this is Shuttle Control Houston. Shuttle Control Houston, 47 minutes mission elapsed time. Flight Dynamics reports that the second Olms burn came off as scheduled. The current orbit reading 130 nautical miles by 130 nautical miles. Time of ignition was 40 minutes 50 seconds. The delta V 152 feet per second. The burn duration 1 minute 32 seconds. At 47.5 minutes mission elapsed time, this is Shuttle Control Houston. Shuttle Control Houston at 52 minutes mission elapsed time, standing by now for reacquisition of signal with Columbia through Yargady.
Columbia, Houston through Yargady. How do you copy?
Houston, PLT, how do you read?
Columbia, Houston, you're loud and clear now, Gordo.
Okay, Terry, just starting into bubble 1 and the post insertion there, and when I did the 106 Pro for the recall, almost the first step there, the BFS went to standalone.
Roger, we copy. We have no data now. We're about 9 minutes from Auroral. We'll be able to help you some then, maybe. We'll think about it, though.
Okay, see any harm in trying a IR reset to the BFS? See if it'll jump back on.
Stand by, please. Columbia, Houston, would you confirm that the strings in the pass transferred okay?
Some has no arrows on it.
Roger, we recommend an IO reset in the backup at this time, and your go to proceed.
Okay, let's see what happens. Okay, it looks like it jumped back and is tracking okay now.
Roger, we don't think it's any impact. Gordo, why don't you press on with the procedure?
Okay, I'll do that.
Shuttle Control Houston at 55 minutes 25 seconds mission elapsed time. A little under 4 minutes remaining on this Yargety pass. Yargety is a UHF station, so we're receiving no ground data. Shuttle Control Houston, 57 minutes 25 seconds mission elapsed time. The onboard computer system now in the process of being reloaded. Presumably, Lausma and Fullerton are now getting ready to freeze dry one of the primary computers, TOPS 3, the entry program, to put it to sleep, so they will be assured of a good computer on entry day. Following that, the balance of the computers will be transitioned from Ops 1 into Ops 2.
Columbia, Houston, we have 1 minute left at Yargety. We'll see you at Aurora in about 3 minutes.
Okay, sounds good.
Shuttle Control Houston, 59 minutes 30 seconds mission elapsed time. Loss of signal now through Yargety. Next station to acquire will be Aurora Valley in approximately 1.5 minutes. Shuttle Control Houston, 1 hour, 1 minute mission elapsed time. We've reacquired Columbia through Aurora Valley. Now processing data through Aurora Valley.
Columbia, Houston, we're AOS Aurora. Configure AOS, please.
Okay, we're configured AOS. Just did a 201 Pro. You can watch it come in here, hopefully.
Roger.
DPS reports a good freeze-dry machine on board. DPS reports Columbia
Houston, we see a good Ops 201, and we have a request on an APU switch when you have a second to listen.
Okay, go ahead with that.
Roger, we have better instrumentation on the Alpha water spray boiler controllers, and we would like you to take APU, or rather water spray boiler 3 back to Alpha at this time so we can monitor it better.
Okay, Terry, 3's at Alpha now.
Thank you.
I'm on 4 here shortly.
Roger, we're with you for about another 1.5 minutes. Columbia, Houston, 30 seconds left here at Aurora. We'll see you stateside at 1 hour and 30 minutes.
Shuttle Control Houston at 1 hour, 5.5 minutes mission elapsed time. Loss of signal with Columbia through Aurora Valley. Columbia will next be acquired over the States in approximately 24 minutes. INCO reported that the last call by Capcom Terry Hart probably did not reach the crew. Meanwhile, as we have loss of signal, Columbia should shortly be maneuvered to payload bay door opening attitude. At 1 hour, 6 minutes mission elapsed time, this is Shuttle Control Houston. This is Shuttle Control Houston, 1 hour, 20 minutes mission elapsed time. About 10 minutes away now from reacquiring Columbia over the States. Meanwhile, the crew aboard Columbia should be getting started on the radiator activation and setting up the theodolite, or installing the theodolite for sightings. As Columbia passes over the States, Lausman, Fullerton should be coming up on the work on the payload bay doors. It's a slow and deliberate process. Both are at the back station, the aft flight deck. Left is Fullerton, right is Lausma. Prior to the start of the operation, the theodolite must be installed and sightings made on the handrail targets and several starboard centerline targets, and record the values. Fullerton should be operating the keyboard and switches for the latch and door opening. The sequence goes as follows. Select auto mode and start door opening. Stop sequence after about 30 seconds. Take theodolite sightings on the starboard handrail target and selected port centerline targets. Record the values, then complete door opening. While still in auto mode, close doors until the starboard door is almost closed. Then visually determine which centerline latch will make first contact with a centerline latch striker plate. Record the latch number and its contact point. Take theodolite sightings on the starboard handrail and selected starboard centerline targets. Record values, then complete the door closing. Initiate automatic door open sequence and record the time from start until all door open indicators or indications are received. The radiators are then deployed. With the doors opened and the radiators deployed, the crew finally takes theodolite sightings on the handrail targets and longeron targets. The values are then recorded. We're about 7.5 minutes away now from reacquiring Columbia. This is Shuttle Control Houston. This is Shuttle Control Houston, 1 hour, 29 minutes mission elapsed time. About a minute away now from reacquiring Columbia over this stateside pass at the start of the second revolution of the flight of STS-3. Meanwhile, over the States, we should have television showing the payload bay door operations. Television transmission would be approximately 6 minutes and 47 seconds coming through the Mila station. We're about 30 seconds away now from reacquisition at 1 hour, 30 minutes mission elapsed time. This is Shuttle Control Houston. Shuttle Control Houston, 1 hour, 30 minutes mission elapsed time. We have acquisition of signal through Buckhorn. Processing data now through Buckhorn.
Columbia Houston, we're back with you, AOS at Buckhorn. Welcome back stateside.
The
Columbia Houston, how do you copy?
The DPS controller reports the onboard computer configuration in on-orbit configuration at this time.
Columbia Houston on UHF through Goldstone, how do you copy?
You're loud and clear through Goldstone. How many, Terry?
You're loud and clear, Jack. We're having a little bit of difficulty locking onto you. I'll be with you in a second with some data.
Okay, we need to have you take a look at Spec 87. We got under circ pump control, line temps, number 3 column, the rudder speed brake PDU
is reading 306 off scale high. That's rudder speed brake PDU.
Roger, we copy that, Jack, and we'll start thinking about it. We should have some data here shortly.
Okay, Terry, I'm looking at MALF 1.3 Echo on page 1-17, and that says in block 1 that if it's 300 degrees with off-scale high, it's a transducer shift or failed.
Roger, we're with you, and let us think about that some more.
Okay, you're not coming through very well at all. Maybe it's my wireless comm.
Negative, Jack. I think it's just the UHF. We're maybe going over the horizon on Goldstone here. We're hoping to be able to acquire shortly through Mila, and we copied your last. Columbia, Houston through Mila now. How do you copy?
Okay, I'm hearing you a little weakly. I think Gordo's hearing you better. We're getting the payload bay lights on and getting ready to work on the doors.
Roger.
1 hour, 37 minutes mission elapsed time. That was Commander Jack Lausma talking to Capcom Terry Hart. No indication, or no data indication yet of
And Columbia, Houston, be advised that we think the PDU problem is a transducer shift, and we're no more action is required at this time. We'd like you to proceed with the payload bay doors.
Okay, we got the throttle light up and getting ready to activate the TV.
Roger, and we have good data now.
Shuttle Control, Houston, 1 hour, 38 minutes mission elapsed time. About 9 minutes remaining on this stateside pass. No indication yet that the
We're getting some lights
elapses
in the
have been
payload bay now, Houston. We brought the OSS and all those things along we were talking about. We see an American flag down there on the OSS, and we got Canada written right on the arm.
Roger, we understand, and we'll be trying to get some TV downlink here shortly.
Shuttle Control, Houston, 1 hour, 40 minutes mission elapsed time. Only about 3 minutes of television remaining.
Columbia, Houston, we have a good TV downlink at this time through camera Delta.
Okay.
Hey, Terry, we're running a little late here, and we got to take our first set of target readings, so we probably won't be able to show you the doors opening.
Roger, no problem at all, Gordo. Just proceed at your own pace there.
1 hour, 40 minutes mission elapsed time. That was Gordon Fullerton reporting that they will probably not be able to show the door opening on television because of timeline constraints. Shuttle Control, Houston, 1 hour, 44 minutes mission elapsed time, about 3 minutes remaining on this stateside pass.
Columbia, Houston, you'll be go for vernier RCS operations when you get to that point.
Okay, Terry, sounds good. We got a couple theodolite readings under our belt. We're working pretty good.
Okay, real good. We have a minute and a half left here at Bermuda now, and be advised that we're still looking at the APU-3 problem, but we see no reason that APU should not perform fine for entry. We suspect it was a freeze-up.
Okay. Some reason I had in my mind that was the one we downloaded all the water from.
You've got that right. We did, so it's not understood entirely. And be advised you have a new state vector on board, just a small change, no consequence. Your nav is good. And we've uplinked Timboos and your entry refs mats. Over.
All right, everything else is looking good here.
Columbia, Houston, 30 seconds left. And a correction, the Timboos did not make it up. We do have the RCS quantities on board. We'll pick up the Timboos later. We'll see you at Dakar at 1+54.
Okay, Terry, see you there.
This is Shuttle Control, Houston, 1 hour, 47 minutes mission elapsed time. loss of signal now with Columbia on this stateside pass. The next station to acquire will be Dakar in a little less than 7 minutes. 1 hour, 47 minutes mission elapsed time. This is Shuttle Control Houston. Shuttle Control Houston, 1 hour, 53 minutes, 34 seconds mission elapsed time. Standing by now for a reacquisition of Columbia through Dakar. Dakar is a UHF station, so we will process no data in mission control.
Columbia Houston on UHF through Dakar for 3 minutes. Columbia Houston, UHF through Dakar for 2 minutes. Columbia Houston in the blind. We'll talk to you next at Yargady at 2+27. Over.
Shuttle Control Houston, 1 hour, 56 minutes mission elapsed time. We expect no voice contact with the crew through Dakar. However, we'll stand by and continue to monitor. Shuttle Control Houston, 1 hour, 57 minutes mission elapsed time. Out of station range now with Dakar. We expect the next contact with Columbia through Yargady in approximately 29.5 minutes. This is Shuttle Control Houston. This is Shuttle Control Houston, 2 hours, 27 minutes mission elapsed time. Standing by now for reacquisition of signal with Columbia through Yargady. Yargady is a UHF station, so this will be voice contact only.
Columbia Houston through Yargady for 6 minutes.
Okay, we're hearing you loud and clear through Yargady, Terry. We're running a little behind the timeline. The theodolite readings are what's getting us behind, but we're working on target set C right now, I believe. The port or starboard door is almost closed. We're just about finished up with these, and we're going to press on with them.
Roger, we're with you, and that sounds good. You're making fine progress.
What you probably want to know is how it looked, and we saw all the latches dead even, and all right on the no deflection trajectory.
Roger, sounds good, Gordo.
Shuttle Control Houston, 2 hours, 29 minutes mission elapsed time. The ECOM reports that in the payload bay door operation sequence that the doors have been cycled open once and back toward closed.
Okay, Houston, a while ago we got a Spec 66 water message, and looks like maybe we're using water out of one of the tanks, and that ought to go away once we get the doors open.
Roger, we copy. We'll have data in about 5 minutes through Auroral.
Shuttle Control Houston, about a minute
Columbia
left.
Houston, 1 minute left here at Yargady. We'll see you at Auroral in about 2.
Okay, Jerry.
That was Capcom Terry Hart advising the crew of Columbia. Less than a minute now through Auroral. We will through Yargady. We will almost immediately pick up at loss of signal by reacquiring through Auroral. Loss of signal now with Yargady, less than a minute away from reacquisition through Auroral Valley. We're at 2 hours, 34 minutes mission elapsed time. Shuttle Control Houston, Auroral has acquisition of signal, processing data.
Columbia Houston, we're AOS Auroral for 4 minutes.
Okay, on Auroral, if you got data, you can watch the doors come open. We're about to start the auto open all the way.
Roger, we're with you, and we'll be looking at that Spec 66 water message.
And Houston, as I recall, you gave us the go for Berniers, didn't you?
Columbia Houston, that's affirmative. You're go for Vernier ops.
So far, all the times have worked out to be double motor times, and we've got all the latch micro switches just like in the simulator with no failures in there.
Roger, sounds good, Gordo.
Shuttle Control Houston, we show all of the center line latches released now. We're at 2
We
hours.
noticed one time that we, when it became daylight, we turned off the payload bay lights. Go ahead, go ahead. And there goes the door open. And later on, we, after a few minutes, decided we needed them back on because the sun was going down, and they didn't come back on. We waited classic 3 to 5 minutes, and nothing happened, so we just turned the switches off and waited a lot longer period of time, and now we've got the bulkhead light back on. So for some reason, there's a time delay that we weren't aware of.
Roger, we copy that, Jack, and understand all the lights that you want and have turned on have come on at this time.
Yeah, right now we're just operating with a bulkhead light. It seems to adequately light up the payload bay.
Roger, and be advised the Spec 66 water message was due to tank Charlie quantity, and you're right on your assumption that it should be okay once we get the doors open.
Yeah, we took a look at it. We saw that one of the tanks is down.
2 hours, 38 minutes.
Okay, Houston, we got the starboard door open, and there goes the port door.
We show both
And
the starboard and port doors open.
Now, as we don't see any marks there at all that weren't there before we left.
Roger. Columbia Houston, 20 seconds left here at Aurora. Hawaii is next at 2+54. See you there.
Yes, sir. And we got both the doors open, 317. Looks like the sun's coming up.
Roger, we show you on the Terminator.
Shuttle Control Houston, 2 hours, 39 minutes mission elapsed time. Loss of signal now with Columbia through Aurora Valley. And at the conclusion of this pass, we showed both payload bay doors open. Both payload bay doors open. We're at 2 hours, 39 minutes mission elapsed time. This is Shuttle Control Houston. This is Shuttle Control Houston, 2 hours, 53 minutes mission elapsed time, less than a minute away now from reacquiring Columbia through Hawaii. Shuttle Control Houston, 2 hours, 54 minutes mission elapsed time. We've reacquired Columbia through Hawaii. We show both payload bay doors open.
Columbia Houston, we're AOS Hawaii for 3 minutes.
Okay, Jerry, we have got a spectacular view. That's really hard to stop looking out the window. We're top down, looking down there toward Hawaii somewhere, and mostly blue water, though, and clouds. Doors are open. I'm working on Bubble 5, powering up the RMS to temp mode.
Roger, we copy, and if we could interrupt you for a minute, could we have Spec 1 on a GNC machine so that we make change our variable downlist parameters?
Okay, and we're also on the Vernier jets, Houston. We're maneuvering to our PTC attitude, and should be there shortly, and when we get there, then we will initiate the PTC.
Roger, we see that, Jack, and it looks good to us.
And I'm resetting the caution warning. What do you think about starting the auto fuel cell purge test?
Roger, Columbia, your go for the fuel cell auto purge test.
Terry, when we put did an auto reset to SM after powering up the pallet, we got a Spec 91 OBC status message. We haven't chased it yet. It doesn't sound too serious. Would you have a look at it?
Roger, we'll do that, and we'll advise you over the states.
And our arm looks comfortable. All the joints are 65 degrees except one of them there was 62.
Roger, we copy, and CRT is yours again. We'll get the SM variable down list stateside. We have about 50 seconds left here at Hawaii, and Buckhorn is next in 5 minutes.
Okay.
Shuttle Control Houston, 2 hours 57 minutes mission elapsed
Columbia
time.
Houston, the Spec 91 payload message was ops normal, no problem, and we'll see you stateside in about 5.
We show the start.
That's the deal.
We show the start of the purging of fuel cell number 1. Going out of station range now with Hawaii on the 3rd revolution at 2 hours 58 minutes mission elapsed time. This is Shuttle Control Houston. This is Shuttle Control Houston, 2 hours 59 minutes mission elapsed time, about 3 minutes away now from reacquiring Columbia over the States. The shutdown of APU, or Auxiliary Power Unit number 3, during the powered phase of flight at the request of the Mission Control Center was strictly a precautionary measure in response to overheating. Although analysis is not complete, the problem is believed to have been due to a freeze-up in the water spray boiler, an Ascent peculiar problem. We'd also seen similar problems in STS-1 and 2. The APU is fully expected to perform properly for entry. We're at 3 hours mission elapsed time. This is Shuttle Control Houston. Shuttle Control Houston, 3 hours.
Columbia Houston, AOS Buckhorn.
Terry, you're loud and clear at Buckhorn.
Roger, you're loud and clear, Gordo, and we have a couple switches to clean up on R1 and R2 there sometime during the stateside pass, if you could float on over that direction.
Okay, I'm right there now. Why don't you shoot?
Okay, the first one, we noticed during powered flight that Cryo O2 Tank 3 heater Alpha 1 current sensor tripped, even though the heater was not on. And when you go to power up 3, we think that will still be indicating a trip. So we'd like you at this time to reset Cryo O2 Tank Heater 3.
Okay, Cryo O2 Tank 3 heater has been reset. Got any more?
Yes, we do. That fixed that problem, Gordo. We're ops normal now on cryos. And the other one concerns MPS TVC ISIL number 3. Since you shut down the APU during powered flight there, we didn't get a chance to close that ISIL. So at this time, if you would take hydraulic circ pump number 3 to on, and then close MPS TVC.
So you dropped out. Are you still there?
Roger, how do you copy?
A little drop out. Got you now.
Roger, and did you copy the first about MPS TVC ISIL?
And looks like the fuel cell purge happened in Houston, although the numbers were a little difficult to follow. I'd like you to take a look at it and see what you think.
Roger, we'll be doing that, Jack.
I need you to say again on the MPS TVC ISIL valve number 3, are we going to start the circ pump and close it or something like that?
That's affirmative, and we'd like you to take hydraulic circ pump number 3 to on at this time, and then to close MPC TVC ISIL number 3 and check a talkback closed.
Okay, I'll do that right now. Circ pump's on, showing about 200 psi.
Roger.
And now the ISIL valve's closed with a closed talkback.
Roger, you're go to turn the circ pump 3 to off.
Pump 3 is off.
In Columbia, Houston, we'll be adding a TV pass here over Mila. No action required on your part. We'll take command of the TVs at that time, and request a Spec 1 on an SM machine at this time on the SM machine, and we'll do our variable parameters to the SM.
Okay, Okay, you got spec 1 on CRT 2.
Number 2.
Shuttle Control Houston, 3 hours, 6 minutes mission elapsed time. A go, no-go status check and mission control
Terry,
by
can you
flight.
tell us where we are right now, looking at the big map there?
Flight Director Tom.
Sure
Powell,
can.
all
We
way to
see
stay
across
on
in
orbit.
the
Come on, I
coast.
can tell. We're right over the Salton Sea. How about that?
Roger, and we're thinking you may be able to see Edwards.
We got Edwards, Rogers, and Rosamond Lake with a lot of water in them. A lot of snow on the mountains north of L.A.
Roger, sounds like a beautiful sight.
Let's just cancel all the tests and we'll look out the window for 7 days.
Well, we're going to have 1 or 2 things for you to do in this next 7 days, I think.
We're going to take a time out and take a look at this. All right with you, Terry?
Shuttle Control Houston, 3 hours, 7 minutes mission elapsed time. Lousma and Fullerton given a go to stay on
Columbia,
orbit.
Houston, enjoy the view. You are go for orbit. And the fuel cell purge looks good to us. We'll be picking up TV at Mila.
Roger, good news, go for orbit. I don't know a better place to get it. We got a great view just looking down. We went just north of Phoenix. Lots of snow in the Denver Hills. Okay.
Roger, sounds great.
Okay, I guess you all turned on the D camera, is that correct?
Stand by, please. Columbia, Houston, you have a go to initiate the roll rate for PTC at this time.
Yeah, I was thinking you'd say that, but we're going to kind of wait till see this view over the U.S., if you don't mind.
Okay, I guess we were fighting with you for the view. We were hoping to get some good TV. We'll be using the RMS camera for TV over Mila, but your call.
Okay, the payload bay is pointing right at the Earth.
Roger, sounds good, just like you are, Jack.
Looking way out to the east here, and as far as I can see, there's no clouds. It ought to be a good day for sightseeing.
Sounds good. We'll be losing our data here shortly. We should maintain UHF through Salina Peak and pick you up again at Mila in about 5 minutes.
Okay.
Columbia, Houston, we have a beautiful view from camera Delta at this time, looking back through the tail section, and we see United States down there.
Okay, what are we over right now, Terry?
Roger, we're just coming up ALS at Mila, and you're, I'd say, a little bit south and somewhat to the west of Chicago, maybe a couple hundred miles south of Chicago.
Yeah, we got Lake Michigan and the state of Michigan up there, and looks like they got some snow up there and ice on the lakes.
That was Commander Jack Lousma describing his home state of Michigan. We're at 3 hours, 12 minutes mission elapsed time.
Well, I have to say hello to all my home state folks and relatives back in Michigan. I think most of them are down watching the launch, but here we are. It looks like it's a little chilly in Michigan today.
Well, I'm sure they appreciate hearing from you. Columbia, Houston, we have a spectacular view of the East Coast.
That was Capcom Terry Hart talking to the crew of Columbia. We're at 3 hours, 15 minutes mission elapsed time.
Columbia, Houston, we hate to interrupt your sightseeing, but we'd like to talk to you about 2 or 3 things here in the last 5 minutes of this pass here through Bermuda. Columbia, Houston, how do you copy?
Howdy, Ray.
Columbia, you're loud and clear. How are we?
Heard you all along, I think. I don't know why you lost us there. Go ahead with your comments, though.
Roger. First out, after you do the Star Tracker activation, we'd like you to go ahead and select the Star Tracker mode, and we might pick up some stars of opportunity a little later before we do the IMU align.
Okay, we'll do that.
Next item on the payload lighting, we'd recommend you leave the lights on pretty much unless the checklist has you turning them off sometime during the cap. But if you do need to turn them off, you'll need to wait at least 10 minutes before turning them back on. That's the hot start time, and it may take 2 to 5 minutes before they actually come on. Over.
Okay, you're recommending we leave them on, and even through the daylight?
Roger, Columbia, as required, and if during the in the cap somewhere they recommend you to turn them off, you can go ahead and do that at that time.
Okay, we'll leave them off for now and turn them on at sunset, which won't be long, I guess. And Houston, we just initiated PTC. How's it look?
Standby 1, we'll take a look. Roger, the PTC looks good to us, and concerning the fuel cell purges, we have computed on the ground the delta voltage numbers for the back of the fuel cell purge Q card, and they should be good for the entire mission. If you'd like to note them on there, we'll be glad to read them to you. You'll not have to use the nomograph.
Okay, Terry, why don't you give them to me? I got the card in hand.
Roger, fuel cell number 1 is plus 1.2. Fuel cell number 2 is plus 0.9. Fuel cell number 3 is plus 1.1. Over.
Okay, assume the purge went okay. We weren't watching it very close there.
It went just fine, Gordo, and we expect those Delta V's to hold throughout the mission. Also, because of our 1 hour late liftoff time, vice the cap, you will have sunrise and sunset times occur about 4 minutes early. Star times may also be off a little bit during the mission, but we'll talk to you more about that later. The stars for today, there's no impact due to the 1 hour slip. Over.
Okay.
And might remind you to change your liftoff time for the deorbit program.
Why don't you give me that time so that I can cross-check my own calculation?
Roger, it'll be 81.1600.
Roger, 81.1600.
Roger, you've got it. We've got about 1 minute left here at Bermuda.
Sure.
In Columbia, Houston, we have 30 seconds left here at Bermuda. A reminder, while the launch phase is still fresh in your memory, you may want to dictate some comments and impressions on ICOM there, and if you'll make a note of the MET at which you do that and tell us later, we'll play those back and listen to them here on the ground. Dakar is next at...
Okay, we'll see you at Dakar.
Roger, we'll see you at Dakar at 3+25.
Okay.
Shuttle Control Houston at 3 hours 21 minutes mission elapsed time. Loss of signal now with Columbia on this third Revolution stateside pass. During this pass, astronauts Jack Klausman and Gordon Fullerton were given a go to stay on orbit. We're a little under 4 minutes away now from reacquiring Columbia through Dakar. At 3 hours 22 minutes mission elapsed time, this is Shuttle Control Houston. This is Shuttle Control Houston, 3 hours and 25 minutes mission elapsed time. Standing by now for a reacquisition of signal with Columbia through Dakar. Dakar is a UHF station only.
Columbia, Houston, UHF through Dakar for 6 minutes.
Okay, I'm hearing you through Dakar. How about me, Terry?
You're loud and clear, Jack, and a couple of notes. We did send a teleprinter message up stateside there. It's a test message.
Okay, we'll take a look at it when we're down here. We're doing bubble 1 on page 117. Gordon moved down below. He's probably going to get ready to get his suit off.
Roger, sounds good, and there's no constraint now on checking the payload bay doors open for at least 1 hour before turning the IECM on. You can go ahead and do that anytime now.
Understand we can turn the IECM on anytime, is that what you told me?
Roger, it's down toward the bottom of that bubble that you're working. It has you check the payload bay doors open for at least 1 hour. Well, we're not quite there yet, but you can go ahead and do that step.
Okay, I will do the IECM step, thank you.
Columbia, Houston. Just a couple things. We did turn off your TV system, leaving Milo there, and it's yours again if you wish to turn it back on.
Okay, we'll leave it off for now. And what else?
Roger, and we're real interested in the quality of the drinking water on board anytime you get a chance to give us a report on that.
Okay, we'll get there eventually. Stand by, please.
Roger, we have about a minute left here at Dakar, and Botswana's next at 3+43. We'll see you there.
See you at Botswana, Terry.
Shuttle Control, Houston, 3 hours, 33 minutes mission elapsed time. We have a loss of signal now with Dakar. Next station to acquire will be Botswana in approximately 10 minutes. This is Shuttle Control, Houston.
Leave him out, Houston.
Columbia, Houston, UHF through Botswana. Columbia, Houston, UHF through Botswana for 4+30.
Okay, we're hearing you through Botswana. We got the star trackers on, and we got them at item 3 and 4. And we cleared to go ahead with the... cleared to go ahead with the desired ResMed update.
Stand by, please, Jack. Roger, your rest mats are on board, and your go for desired rest mats update.
Okay, we'll get that momentarily.
Roger, and be advised there's very heavy rainstorms through the Botswana site, and we may or may not be able to track you through this pass.
Okay.
Columbia, Houston, 1 minute left here at Botswana, and it sounds like you're pretty well on the timeline again.
Yeah, I think we're catching up pretty good. We're getting this theodolite at Delta right now.
Roger, good work, and we'll see you next at Yargity at 4+01.
This is Shuttle Control, Houston, at 3 hours, 48 minutes mission elapsed time. Loss of signal now with Botswana. The next station to acquire will be Yargity, and 12 and a half minutes approximately. This is Shuttle Control, Houston. This is Shuttle Control, Houston, at 3 hours, 52 minutes mission elapsed time. The first change of shift news briefing is presently scheduled for 2:30 this afternoon. Presently scheduled for 2:30. This change of shift briefing would involve Flight Director Tom Holloway. This is Shuttle Control, Houston, at 3 hours, 54 minutes mission elapsed time. The first change of shift news conference for Flight Director Tom Holloway is now scheduled for 2:30 p.m. And the change of shift news conference, that's 2:30 p.m. Central Time. The change of shift news conference will take place in the room 135, auditorium building number 2. This is Shuttle Control, Houston. This is Shuttle Control, Houston, at 4 hours mission elapsed time. Approximately 30 seconds away now from reacquiring Columbia through Yargity. We'll stand by.
Columbia, Houston, UHF through Yargady for 6+30.
Okay, I'm ready through Yargady, Terry. Gordo's down, getting the suit off. I unable to start trackers. We did the update with IMU 3, and we're just tidying up a little bit. What can we do for you?
Well, I think we have no open items for you, Jack. Everything sounds good. It looks like you're on the timeline, and we'll be looking forward to getting in the cap here shortly.
Okay, as soon as Girdle gets the suit off and gets up, I'll go down and do the same, so we'll have somebody on comm all the time.
Roger, we appreciate that. Thank you. Columbia, Houston, 1 minute left here at Yargady. Hawaii is next at 4+26. We'll see you there.
Okay, Terry, see you in Hawaii.
This is Shuttle Control Houston at 4 hours 8 minutes mission elapsed time. Loss of signal now with Columbia through Yargady. The next station to acquire will be Hawaii in approximately 18 minutes. This is Shuttle Control Houston.
Voice control, JPL 237.
This is Mission Control Houston, 4 hours 25 minutes into the third flight of Spaceship Columbia. Now beginning its fourth orbit, and about 33 seconds away from acquisition through the tracking station on Kunia, Hawaii. Should be in the midst of meal preparation at this time after activating the OS-1 payload pallet. We'll wait for word from the crew.
Columbia, Houston, we're AOS Hawaii for 7 minutes.
Okay, Houston, how are you reading at Hawaii?
Roger, you're loud and clear, Jack.
Okay, let me tell you one thing right to begin with. It's not a big deal, but it's something you need to work on. Gordo's got his suit off. I'm up here activating the OSS, and I started the recorder at 4+20, and I started entering the hex commands on page 1-5. I entered the last command at 4+25. However, I noticed in the last entry there where it says check the engineering data select light to be off, that's got a number 8 on it. That light is not off. And I want to know if you want me to proceed to activate the PDP in spite of that.
Roger, we copy. Stand by, please. Columbia, Houston, your go to press on with that, Jack.
Okay, and let us know what you hear about that light number 8, the engineering data light select being on.
Roger, we'll get back to you on it. Columbia, Houston.
Yeah, go ahead, Terry.
Roger, we think the engineering data select light number 8 should be off at this time. We think it just initialized that way, and it looks like it's go for ops now. Would you confirm it's off?
Yeah, now that I'm back over here, I notice that it is off, OFF.
Roger, and be no problem with that. And Columbia, Houston, the STS-3 Ascent team has now been named the Ivory team. And we'd like to say that we've had a great time training with you the last few months, and it's been a great morning. We've really enjoyed it. We're going to hand you over to the orbit team here coming up on stateside.
Okay, Terry, to you and Neil and all the rest of the troops on the team, we have enjoyed training with you too. This is one of the best training sims that we've ever had with you guys, and you got us off to a super start. We're thankful for it, we appreciate it, and we'll be looking forward to seeing you again later.
Roger, we'll see you tomorrow night.
Excuse me, I didn't mean to say Neil, I meant to say Tommy. Neil's coming on. Tommy...
Columbia, Houston, we've lost AOS, and Neil will be with you here stateside.
Mission Control Houston, LOS at Hawaii, but only about 2.5 minutes until reacquisition through the stateside string of tracking stations. Meanwhile, the off-going flight director, Tommy Holloway, is making motions toward heading for the new center. He's now unplugged and taken off his headset, which is a great leap forward, as has the Capcom Terry Hart. Won't make the 2:30 advertised time, of course. 2 minutes now away from reacquisition through Goldstone and Buckhorn.
Columbia, Houston, Neil and the Silver Team are with you stateside.
Hello there, Sally. Neil and the Silver Team. Here's your loud and clear. How many?
You're loud and clear also, Jack.
Okay, let me give you one to start working on the payload ops checklist, PDP activation 1-18. Says the TR tape recorder 1 channel 2 enable must not occur earlier than the cap pad time. Do you have a pad time for me?
We'll work on that, Jack.
Okay, I'm hung up on the OSS activation until you come up with that one.
We understand and we're working on it.
Okay, doke.
And Jack, while we're working on that, you've got to go to power off the APU fuel pump valve cool B and also the APU controller power.
Okay, let me go over there and say those again, okay?
Roger.
Okay, go ahead, Sally.
Okay, Jack, this is the step that's called out in the cap at 4+35. We'd like the APU fuel pump / valve cool Bravo off. All 3 APU controller powers off, OFF. And a cleanup item, we'd like the APU speed select, numbers 1 and 2 to normal.
Okay, I've got the APU pump valve coolant Bravo off. I've got the APU controller power off, and you were cut out by a tone on the speed select.
Roger, we'd like the APU speed select, number 1 and number 2, back to normal.
Got an APU message, Spec 86, APU hydraulics APU.
Okay, we'll look at that. And Columbia, your go to enable channel number 2 now.
Okay, we'll do it now.
And Columbia, that APU message that you got came when you powered the controllers down. You can ignore it.
Okay, I figured it had something to do with that. Thank you. Okay, Sally, I just now enabled tape recorder 1, channel 2 at 440.
Copy, 440.
Well, Sally, how do you rate?
You're loud and clear, Gordo.
Okay, I've been busying myself on the mid-deck here, and I just pulled some paper out the teleprinter. It looks like we got a test message that has all the characters on there. It's followed by some gibberish. We may have had something get on to Center 2 there.
Roger, we copy that.
You sent anything intentionally beyond the test message, which has 66 lines of 1 line of each character in the set?
Negative, Gordo. Line 66, the end of test message, is the last line that we transmitted.
Okay, well, we haven't missed anything crucial then. Okay, with your go ahead, I'll continue to activate the PDP, get the RDP on.
Roger, Jack, go ahead.
It says to check the REM heater on, but the REM heater is not on. I presume you want me to turn it on, item 11?
Stand by. Jack, we would like you to turn that heater on now.
Okay.
Houston, you still there?
That's affirmative. We've got 7 minutes left over the States.
Okay, I noticed in looking at the housekeeping page on the PDP that the pressure is bouncing around up to 63 and above 50 anyway. Every once in a while it shows something below 50, but it's erratic. Now it's 46, 49, 52, 45. I'd like you to know what you want me to do with respect to the high voltage.
Roger, we'll look at that, Jack. And Jack, we'd like you to hold off and not turn on the high voltage until we get a chance to look at it.
Okay, I'll leave the high voltage off, but I guess you'd like me to let you look at the other display pages or put them on a tape recorder and then go back to finish up on the OSS 1 activation, right?
That's affirmative.
Okay, tell all the rest of those OSS guys we're going to get them on here very shortly.
We copy, Jack.
Looks like our amps are just a little bit high, Sally, on the command data system on the Spec 91. I got 2.2. It ought to be something less than 2.0. What do you want me to do with that one?
Stand by, Jack.
Sally, is there any reason I shouldn't just fire up this water gun and fill up a drink bag?
Gordo, we think that'd be a great idea.
Okay.
And Jack, you can press ahead with the activation.
Okay, every once in a while I get a 1.9, I notice.
Roger, we think it looks all right.
Okay, there's the thermal canister.
Roger.
There's the induced atmosphere.
We see it. And Columbia, we've got about 30 seconds to LOS. Dakar is next at 5+01. And just for information, the teleprinter message, we had the same sort of problem on the first message on STS-2. We think the teleprinter is working all right, and we do not intend to resend that message.
Okay. Sally, I just filled up a drink bag. I would guess it's got about 10% bubbles in it, but that might have been because it was in there already. This is the same bag that Rita gave me pre-lunch.
We copy that, Gordo, and enjoy your lunch.
This is Mission Control Houston. Loss of signal through the stateside run on the 4th orbit, the flight of STS-3. Commander Jack Lausma presently activating the OS-1 payload. He encountered a pesky light on the recorder that would not go out, but he was advised to press on with the activation of the plasma data package, plasma diagnostic package. Also to turn off the APU fuel coolant pumps. Sally Ride currently Capcom on this particular shift with Neil Hutchinson's team. The off-going flight director Tommy Holloway has now added another color to the rainbow of flight director colors to join red, white, and blue, and bronze, and silver, and all of the others that have gone in the past. We're about 4 minutes now away from reacquisition of Columbia through the station at Dakar and overlapping with Ascension Island, actually. This is Mission Control Houston, about 5 seconds away from reacquisition through Dakar and Ascension Island. It's reported that the consumables aboard Columbia are somewhat above the nominal quantities remaining for this point in the flight plan. We've got almost 10 minutes here of tracking our, at least voice communications through Dakar and Ascension. Should be AOS at this time.
Columbia, Houston through Dakar and Ascension for 9 minutes.
I'm hearing you, Sally. How do you hear me?
We hear you loud and clear, Jack.
Okay, I'm hearing you kind of weakly. One other thing I want to tell you about is that the Spec 90 on the pallet amp, they're now reading 13, and the book says you ought to read less than 10.
Roger, Jack. We saw that going over the hill stateside, and there's no need for you to look at the MAL on that. Just press right ahead. We think it's all right, and we'll look at it a little longer.
Okay, and I think you owe me one on the PDP high voltage.
Roger, Jack. We need to look at that a little bit longer. We'd like you to just go ahead and take your suit off and have lunch, and we'll get back to you later on that.
Okay, I know that the pressure is now reading 50.
Roger. Columbia, Houston with 4 minutes left through Ascension. We have nothing for you on this pass. Our intention is just to let you enjoy your meal and do a little bit of sightseeing. Just for information, we sent you a state vector, and it looks good. And the private conference we had scheduled over Guam in about 45 minutes will delay until you're finished with lunch.
Okay, Sally. Sally, I'm in the process of putting in the CO2 absorbers right now. I'm trying to fight in a floating treadmill at the moment. I had to unloosen it to get to the number 2 one here.
We understand. Columbia, we're 30 seconds to LOS. Botswana's next in 5 minutes.
Okay, Sally, and you can log 1 into A and 2 into B on the CO2 right now. We just had an alarm. Can you tell what it is? We're both downstairs at the moment.
Looks like a water loop cycle, Gordo. Nothing to worry about.
Okay, thanks.
This is Mission Control, Houston. 5 hours, 11 minutes to the end of the third flight of spacecraft Columbia. Both Lausma and Fullerton now on the lower deck, preparing a meal. Apparently Jack Lausma has been so busy activating the experiments that he has not had time to get out of his escape suit. While they're preparing their meal, the private conference with the surgeon that had been scheduled for later on has been deferred. Currently, the spacecraft systems appear to be in excellent condition. The alarm they heard from on the lower deck turned out to be just the water loop cycling, as reported to the flight director here. Nothing to worry about. 3 minutes now until reacquisition through the voice relay station at Botswana. Return at that time, however, conversation may be rather scant in as much as the flight control team here and Capcom Sally Ride are going to let the crew pretty well alone while they have their first meal in space. Back in 2 minutes for Botswana. This is Mission Control, Houston. Mission Control, Houston. 10 seconds now away from reacquisition through voice relay station at Botswana. And we'll stand by in case there's any conversation here.
Columbia, Houston through Botswana for 5 minutes. How do you read?
Sally, we have you loud and clear.
You're the same, Gordo? Columbia, Houston, we've got a couple questions on the water that you drew.
Say again the question?
Roger, we're real interested in the quality of the water, and we had a couple questions. We were wondering whether you got the water out of the chiller or whether that was ambient, and we also wanted to make sure that that was the bag that you carried with you on board and whether it had been filled pre-flight.
I think about yes to all of the above. Let's see, I used the chilled water. I filled the bag that Rita had filled for us, and we put in our suit pocket prior to launch. I had drunk that entirely. I refilled it completely, and I've drunk most of it again. So that's about my water quantity so far, is I guess about 16 ounces.
Okay, and we'd appreciate an update next time you have a chance to use the water gun.
Okay, it tasted okay. There was a very slight, maybe chlorine taste to it, I think, but certainly not unpalatable.
That's good news. Columbia, we're 30 seconds to LOS. Yargady is next in about 13 minutes.
Okay, Sally, we're flying through the black night, and it's really black. Let's see Yargady.
Okay.
Mission Control Houston, loss of signal through Botswana, 13 minutes away from reacquisition through, it appears, Yaragadi, Australia, the next station coming up. A discussion there on the quality and quantity of water drunk aboard Columbia thus far into the flight. Gordo Fullerton discussing the quantity that he had drunk from a water bag that had been filled pre-flight. He mentioned the name Rita, and of course Rita is the JSC nutritionist, Rita Rapp, who's been involved in food development since day one of the manned space program. We'll return in 12 minutes through Yaragadi at 5 hours 22 minutes into day one of a 7-day flight of Columbia. This is Mission Control Houston. Mission Control Houston. An acquisition through Yaragadi, Australia, imminent.
Columbia, Houston, with you through Yargady for 7 minutes.
Okay, got you loud and clear, and that's what Terry's little calculator says. I didn't get a chance to get it out and report to him, but you can pass the word. Working just fine with the Vector was in it when we left.
Okay, we'll pass the word to him, and I'm glad that we're up with the calculator. And we've got nothing for you this pass.
Okay, I guess I haven't got much for you except to say this is unbelievably much fun, Sally. You got to try it.
Sounds like a good idea to me.
Finally learning not to swim so much and just float around, and I'm doing better. Sally, are you still there?
That's affirmative, Gordo, for 5.5 minutes.
If you see any of my friends from Aircraft Ops, tell them this is the best parabol I ever flew.
We'll pass that on to the 135. And Gordo, if you're up on the flight deck and it's convenient, we have a request from the payloads people for an SIA observation. If
okay. You're, about 1 minute for my third bag of water here.
Okay, Gordo, why don't you just press with what you're doing, and we'll get the SIA observation when you're finished with your meal.
Sally, I'm looking at the SIA now, and it's cranking from through about vertical now toward the aft. Looks good to me.
Roger, we copy, Gordo, and on page 3-6 of the payload ops checklist, there's an SIA log that the payload people would like you to fill out when you get a chance. It's a short log that just describes the things that you see. And again, that's on page 3-6 of the payload ops.
Might be a good time to look for this sort of thing. I'll have a look at that page.
Okay, the POC would appreciate that.
Okay, Sally, I can kind of give you the results of this easily. The assembly is moving. It's almost, well, it's just started back from full aft now. I can just see the sunrise out on the horizon as we kind of go tail first toward it. Payload bay's in full. And as far as induced atmosphere around here, there's, I see one little flake of something floating along aft of the tail back there. Well, a couple flakes, maybe an inch or so long, but otherwise very clean around the spacecraft. No other particles at all.
Okay, we copy that, Gordo. That's a good report. Could you tell us how many payload bay lights you have on?
I don't have any on. I decided to give them a rest and turn them all off here at sunrise, and the payload bay is pointing toward the sun, at least enough that it's fully bathed in sunlight.
Okay, that sounds like a good idea. Gordo, we're 1 minute to LOS. Guam is next in 8 minutes.
Okay, I'll see you at Guam.
Mission Control, Houston. LOS at Uragati. We're 6.5 minutes away from reacquisition through Guam. Gordon Fullerton commented that this launch was the best parabola he ever flew in his life, and this was a message for the people that operate the KC-135 zero-G simulating aircraft that is operated by JSC. Goes under the opprobrium of Vomit Comet. He was currently on his third bag of cold drinking water, 8-ounce bag. Meanwhile, Columbia is in an orbit measuring 130.7 nautical miles at perigee by 131.0 at apogee, which is 0.3 of a mile out of circular, which I suppose is marginally acceptable. Period of the orbit, 89 minutes, 28 seconds. Back in 5 minutes through Guam. This is Mission Control, Houston. Mission Control, Houston. Acquisition through Guam in 10 seconds.
Columbia, Houston through Guam for 3.5 minutes.
Hey, Sally, got you loud and clear?
Got you the same.
CDR has got his blue pants and blue shirt on, and he's looking pretty spiffy.
I'm sure he does. Columbia, Houston with 2 minutes left in this pass. We were wondering who's got the galley duty and how your lunch is coming.
Well, we're going slow on the galley stuff. I tried some of my turkey sandwich, my pre-lunch turkey sandwich. I found it a little bit dry, so I'm going to get after something out of the pantry here in a moment. I've been drinking lots of water, and if it's okay with y'all, I'll ease into the food a little bit.
That's fine with us, and we'd appreciate a call when you're finished with lunch so we can reschedule the conference.
Okay, right now I'm taking the PGU readings. I'll have those numbers for you in a minute.
Okay. Columbia, Houston, we've got about 30 seconds left in this pass. Hawaii's next at 6+01. And for information for Jack, looks like the pressure in the PDP has stabilized and we'll be turning the high voltage on from the ground. So you needn't do anything else with that.
Okay, I'll pass that on.
Okay, and we'll talk to you at Hawaii.
Mission Control Houston, loss of signal through Guam, 7 minutes away from reacquisition at Hawaii for probably the final time for 2 or 3 orbits until the ground track drifts over Hawaii again on the descending nodes. Gordon Fullerton and Jack Lausman now preparing their first meal in space. Fullerton commented that the turkey sandwich that was in his suit pocket seemed to be somewhat dry. These sandwiches carried in their escape suit pockets are for potential delays on the pad where crew might get hungry, and for snacking on until they get out of their suits and have their regular meal using the food warmer, the carry-on food warmer that we're using on these orbital flight tests, and until the galleys are fitted on Columbia and Challenger soon to come online on Flight 6. 5 hours 54 minutes into the flight of Columbia, back at Hawaii in 6 minutes. Mission Control Houston. Mission Control Houston, 10 seconds away from acquisition through Hawaii.
Columbia, Houston with you through Hawaii.
Surround clear, Sally. You want to copy some PGU numbers? The unit looks good.
Go ahead with the PGU, we're ready.
Okay, I took the reading at 0550. The power light was on. The chamber temps are 25.9, 25.8, 25.5, 25.7, 26.4, and 27.6. The temp warning light's off. The lamp status is on. It must be daytime in the PGU, and no record fault light. Did our late liftoff affect our MET of sunrise?
Stand by. Gordo, we copied all the PGU numbers, and there was daytime in the PGU, and we're tracking down an answer for you now on the MET and how the sunrise is affected.
Okay. The way we have used the WCS, and it's working as advertised as far as I can tell.
That is good news.
CTV, loud and clear. This is CTV, you're loud and clear. Houston, come.
Columbia, we're approaching a short keyhole over Hawaii. We'll be back with you in 30 seconds.
Okay.
Columbia, we're back with you for 1 minute through Hawaii.
Okay, did you get all the numbers on the PGU?
That's affirmative, we got them all.
I just made up a couple apple drinks. I'd estimate less than 5% bubbles in it. There's some in there, and I guess they're coming through the gun, but it doesn't seem to be objectionable when you drink the drink.
We copy that. Thanks for the update. And we're 20 seconds to LOS. States are next in about 4 minutes.
Roger.
Mission Control Houston, We've had loss of signal through Hawaii. And reacquisition through the state, side tracking stations in about 2.5 minutes. Columbia now about a quarter of the way through orbit number 5. We'll return at AOS Goldstone in 2 minutes.
Columbia, Houston through the States.
Okay, hear you loud and clear. How many, Sally?
You're loud and clear, Jack. And if there's somebody on the mid deck, on the flight deck, I've got a couple switches for you to throw.
Okay, I'm on a flight deck. Go ahead.
Okay, these are down on panel A12. And these are some switches that the PDP calls out for you to do when you get the alarm. And if you throw them now, I think you can avoid the alarm. They're the APU heater gas gen / fuel pump switches. All 3 of them to A auto.
Okay, I put the APU heater gas gen fuel pump switches, 3 of them to A auto.
That's affirmative. And the only other note that I've got for you is that we've sent up quite a few Timbus since the launch, and at your convenience, we'd like you to do an SM checkpoint. And you're cleared anytime you like to do an item 48 and clear the error log.
Okay, item 48 and checkpoint. And have you found anything out about the high voltage, the PDP?
That's affirmative, Jack. We have. We saw the pressure stabilize, and we'll be commanding the high voltage on from the ground, so you don't need to worry about that anymore.
Okay. Columbia?
Go ahead.
I'm not mistaken. I'm looking out over the tail here. Just came up from downstairs, and I think I'm looking at our landing site, Northern Strip, CAVU down there.
That looks just about right to us.
That's it for sure. I can see Holloman, the salt flow north of the White Sands here. Houston, Columbia.
Go ahead, Columbia.
This happened a long time ago, back somewhere in that dip transition, after we get out of once we get into the PDP. The BFC light is sitting here staring at us. I don't remember that from the simulator. It's still on. That's on both F2 and F4, and is that the way it ought to be?
We copy that. Let us look at it, Gordo.
It was the 4-year shift, and when I did the first 06 recall, the BFS went standalone. But somewhere, the IO reset made a track again, and then at some later time that the light came on somewhere in that process, and it's still on.
Okay, we copy.
Okay, Sally, we got your checkpoint taken care of, and the item 48.
We see that, Jack. It looks good.
And we activated the gas.
Copy. The gas is activated. And Columbia, we see that you did an item 48 to GNC. We'd like one to SM also, please.
Okay, I'll fix you up. Sally, what are we over right now?
Looks to us like you're right over the Gulf Coast.
All right, I believe I'm looking at you.
How do we look down here?
Great. We have Cirrus out here to the east of town now.
Roger. And you ought to be coming up on Florida pretty soon, so you can take a look at the launch site.
Well, if it isn't any clearer than it was at launch, I don't think we'll see much of it.
Roger. Columbia, Houston will be coming up on an IMU alignment here shortly. We noticed that while you were in PTC, the target suppress bit was set in both star trackers, and you'll need to take both of those back to the track mode.
Yeah, I just put them back to track a couple of minutes ago. I noticed that they jumped out too.
Okay, and you'll need to cycle the shutters to get that to take. And Gordo, that BFC CRT, I'm sorry, the BFC light came on when the BFS went standalone. That's ops normal for that, for when the BFS does go standalone. We're looking at a way to reset it, but you may just have to live with that light. Columbia, Houston, with a minute and a half left in the stateside pass. If you've got a cap out, you might want to note that we've rescheduled the medical conference for the next Guam pass, which occurs at 0720.
Okay, we'll see him at 0720.
Roger. Columbia, we've got 30 seconds left in this pass. Ascension's next at 6+40. And Jack, if you do have any comments on the debris that you saw during ascent, we'd appreciate knowing the time that you'd put those comments on the recorder so we can get that data on playback.
Okay, we just haven't gotten around to doing that yet, unfortunately, and we'll try to do that, Sally. Thanks.
Okay, that's fine, and there's no hurry on that. We'd just like to know if you do put any comments on the recorder.
Okay, let us get some free time. We'll put our comments together and get them on the recorder.
Okay, talk to you at Ascension.
Mission Control Houston, loss of signal through the array of stateside stations. We're 12 minutes away from reacquisition through Ascension Island on the 5th orbit, and Columbia on flight number 3. Gordon Fullerton commented that as he came up to the flight deck and peered out the rear window that looks out through the payload bay, he could see White Sands area in New Mexico and Northrop Strip, where a week from today, Columbia will be landing on the white gypsum runway. Everything going well aboard Columbia at this time. And as mentioned earlier, the medical conference has been deferred until the next Guam pass at the beginning of orbit number 6. We'll return at Ascension Island in 11 minutes. Mission Control, Houston. Mission Control, Houston. 1 minute away from acquisition through Ascension Island. Here with the Silver team of flight controllers. The ECOM, Charlie Dumas, has arranged a way of keeping track of the thermal balance aboard Columbia as well as consumables. He's got a high technology device sitting on top of his console, which consists of a wooden frame on top of which is mounted a cardboard sun and a small plastic model of an armadillo, which is called a thermodillo. He can orient the thermodillo toward the sun, nose toward the sun, tail toward the sun, or top toward the sun. On a vertical pole underneath this contraption, there are green, white, and red bands on which the consumadillo is placed to show the current status of consumables. AOS now,
We copy, thank you.
Okay, we're en route to the IMU alignment attitude, and we'll try to get this IMU alignment. Notice the shutters are still closed, however, and we've been in darkness some time. I hope we expect them to come open. I will cycle them if they don't.
And the, Jack, the target suppress bits are set again. We'd like you to cycle the shutters.
Okay. And did I hear you say you want me to cycle the shutters?
That's affirmative. We need you to cycle the shutters and then get the trackers back in the track mode.
Okay, the trackers have been in a track mode. I did cycle the shutters and they went closed again.
Okay, we copy that. And Jack, we see the trackers in the track mode, and we see that you're cycling the shutters again.
Okay, looks like they're going to stay open this time. I guess I'll get used to them.
Roger.
And 35 millimeter has been used to photograph windows. We have definitely some stuff to photograph on windows 2, 3, 4, and 5. All the others are either fairly clear or completely clear. The aft windows are perfectly clear.
We copy that, Gordo.
And the camera seems to be working normally.
Okay, that's good. Columbia, we're 30 seconds to LOS. Botswana's next at 6 plus 51 in about 8 minutes.
Okay, 6 plus 51, and we got 2 stars in there just lickety split.
We saw him come in.
In darkness, you can see the verniers fire with plumes about 20 to 30 feet long.
Is that right?
Mission Control Houston. LOS, that's Ascension Island, and 7 minutes away from reacquisition through Botswana Voice Relay Station. Gordon Fullerton reported that the RCS plumes appeared to spout out some 30 to 40 feet on the night side where they were visible. We're some 7 minutes now away from reacquisition through Botswana. The following pass through Guam will be the private medical conversation with the flight surgeon. At 6 hours 44 minutes into the third flight of Orbiter Columbia, Mission Control Houston.
Columbia, Houston through Botswana for 2 minutes.
Okay, Sally, we got your weekly through Botswana.
Roger, Gordo, we're reading you loud and clear. And just for information, Botswana's been having problems with their antennas, so we may have some problems with Botswana passes.
Okay. We got the IMU alignment if you want the numbers.
Roger, Jack, we can get the numbers if you can give us the torquing time.
The torquing time was 6:45.
Copy, 6:45.
Just turned off CRT4 for power saving. That's, well, you don't have data, that's right. You didn't see the message, Sally.
Okay, Gordo, we copy that CRT4 is off. And with 50 seconds left in this pass, Guam is next in about 28 minutes.
Okay, we'll have a talk with Jim Logan there, right?
He'll be looking forward to it.
Oh, so are we.
Columbia, Houston, we've got 30 seconds left in this pass, and Stateside's next at 7 plus 44.
Okay, we'll see at Stateside Valley, and we are in the gravity gradient attitude, and we're now establishing free drift. That's who.
Roger, we see that, and it looks good so far.
You saw me in normal jets there for a while, luckily, and then tried to fire.
We saw that, too.
Mission Control Houston, LOS at Guam, the last 30 seconds of which was a brief conversation between Capcom Sally Ride and the crew, who is now setting up the free drift attitude, aiming toward gravity gradient. The flight surgeon, Dr. Jim Logan, apparently had finished his private conversation with the crew. and handed over the last 30 seconds of that pass back to the operations group here. 14 minutes away from acquisition at the West Coast stations, Buckhorn, Goldstone, and so forth, and we'll return at that time. Everything going well aboard Columbia now. No major systems problems, no minor systems problems to speak of. At 7 hours 29 minutes into the flight of Columbia, Mission Control, Houston. Mission Control,
Columbia, Houston, back with you over the States.
I think I heard you call, Sally, did you?
That's affirmative. Stateside for 14 minutes.
Well, we are. Okay, we're in gravity gradient. Seems to be very stable. Roll is just about zero rates. Pitch seems to be right around 0.038 positive, and yaw about minus 0.056, 0.057. So it's captured and doing very well.
That sounds good, Jack. Columbia, Houston, just a reminder, we've got the ASIP test coming up this pass, and we need for you to have the OEX power on and the DFI wideband mission power on. Both of those are back on R11.
And I was waiting for you to show up, and they're both on right now.
Okay, good. We'll get a couple commands in, and then we'll be giving you some switches to throw associated with that test later.
Okay, and then nose down attitude, of course, and waiting to coast in here in California, expecting a nice tour of the Southwest.
Columbia, Houston, if you could take a little bit of time out from your sightseeing, I've got a few notes to pass up to you this pass.
Okay, how much writing will it be?
Shouldn't be any writing. I think we can walk you through all of them.
Okay, shoot 'em.
Okay, first one is back on the aft flight deck. We'd like you to get hydraulic circ pump power number 1 to main Bravo, and that's just for some power balancing.
Okay, circ pump number 1's on the main B.
Okay, we copy. Second note that I've got, we've seen a potential problem with the DFI PCM recorder, and that's probably only in high sample. It seems to be working fine in low sample. There may not even be a problem in high sample. We're seeing some intermittent byte indications with it. We'd like you to take the DFI recorder, the PCM recorder, to high sample now, and we'll look at it through the States pass and give you a go to put it back to low sample towards the end of the pass.
Okay, it's in high sample, still by Paul. It's not on one of its cycles.
Okay, we see that.
And we are looking straight down on Catalina Island, Channel Islands. Got Long Beach Harbor, Hindenburg, Santa Barbara. It's really some day out here in the west.
Wish I was out there. And Columbia, in association with the ASIP test, we're ready for the DFI recorder's wideband mission to continuous record.
Okay, that's wideband missions, continuous record, and gray.
Roger, we copy. And Gordo, next on my list, we've got a possible trouble indication with the OSS recorder. We're seeing some problems with the downlink telemetry. And for troubleshooting, we'd like you to tell us what the forward light status of track 1 is.
Okay, I'll have to get back there in just a second, Sally.
Okay.
Okay, give me the light you want and the status on.
Okay, the forward light status of tape recorder number 1.
Hey, all 4 lights are on, as a matter of fact, power forward at channel 1 and 2.
Okay, we copy that. We'd like you to set tape recorder 2 monitor switch to open.
Number 2 is open.
Roger. And the tape recorder 1 monitor switch to 1.
Okay, on track 1, monitor 1 reads C, Charlie, for a level.
Okay, that was going to be my next question. And that's all back on the OSS panels. And I've got some caution and warning parameters that I'd like you to either copy down, or you can probably change them now. They're over on the hardware caution and warning on R13.
Boy, we might want a side hand over or something. I'm ready to copy when you come back.
Okay, Gordo, understand you're ready to copy?
Affirmative.
Okay, a little background is that the cabin pressure is a little bit high right now, and we're not expecting O2 makeup until the cabin pressure drops to 14.7. And to avoid the possibility of getting an alarm during sleep, we're going to have you reset the cabin PPO2 A and B sensors. And those are channels 34 and 44. We'd like you to set them both to 2.70 volts.
Okay, I understand 34 and 44, you want to reset to 2.7. Is that upper or lower limit?
That's the lower limit, and we'll be sending up a Timbu to change the Class 3 alarm in accordance with that.
Okay, and for information, I'll work on that here in a second. Jack has figured off a bunch of stereo pairs of that northern Mexico site as we whistle across.
Hey, that's great news. And Gordo, now the last step in the ASIP test, we'd like the DFI recorder's wideband mission to stand by and check the talkback barber pole.
All right, stand by and barber pole.
Roger, and we're ready for you to take the OEX power off and the wideband mission power off per the cap.
Sally, you cut out, but if you hear me, the OEX power and wideband mission power are off.
Okay, we copy that. Columbia, Houston, we'd like to send you a DEU equivalent to try and solve the water loop cycling alarm that we got earlier. If you could call up an SM Spec 60, we could get to work on that.
Okay, Jack's getting it for you. Okay, CRT2, Sally.
Copy, CRT2. And Gordo, just for information, what we're doing there, we saw the water pump coming up slowly, so we're just changing the filter, the number of GPC cycles.
Righty. I got those caution warning limits changed now.
Roger. And for information, the OSS-1 tape recorder is working good.
Hey, that's good news. Okay. Got any more word on the high voltage on the PDP?
Looks to us like the high voltage is working good. Columbia, Houston, with 2 minutes left. Looks to us like the target suppress mode is not being set, which is good news, but we noticed that when you did the ops transition, the trackers are out of the track mode. We'd like you to put them both back into the track mode and also call up and resume Spec 21.
Okay, I'll do it. What's the MPS pipe split back there? Are they going to need another vacuum inerting?
That's affirmative, Gordo. We will want that.
All right.
Columbia, the CRT is yours, and just for information, there's no water dump required this evening. We've got about 1 minute left in this pass, and Botswana's next at 8:26, which is about half an hour away.
Okay, we'll see you in about 30 and no water up tonight. That's good.
Tell Pinky we got his DAP buck out and it's working great.
We knew it would. And Columbia, for planning purposes, we're starting to get to that time of day when our comm coverage starts going down, so we won't be able to talk to you quite as often.
Well, we're going to miss you, Sally.
Roger, Jack, and we're ready for the DFI to low sample now.
All right, DFI, PCM going to low sample.
Roger, thank you.
This is Mission Control Houston, LOS through Mila. 27 minutes away from an extremely low elevation pass at the voice relay station at Botswana, only 2.9 degrees above the horizon. For about 3 minutes duration. May or may not be able to raise them there. Getting to the time each day when the ground track precesses westward as the Earth rotates away from the tracking range. So the contacts will be fewer and fewer as the evening wears on. At 7 hours 59 minutes, end of the third flight of Orbiter Columbia, Mission Control Houston. Mission Control Houston, some 20 seconds away now from acquisition through Botswana Voice Relay Station. However, with the low elevation angle, it's unlikely that Sally Ride will be able to raise the crew in such a short pass, a tad over 3 minutes.
Columbia, Houston through Botswana, over.
Okay, we're hearing you through Botswana loud and clear. We're pretty much up to the timeline. Got one thing to report on the fire and smoke detection suppression test. The left flight deck light is 30 to 40 seconds late coming on, and the light in Nav Bay 3 does not work during the smoke suppression test. However, it does come out of the lamp test, and Gordo wants to talk to you about the MPS vacuum area.
Okay, go ahead with the MPS. And Gordo, you're coming in real weak. Roger, go ahead.
Okay, I checked the pressures, turned on the flight instrument power, and they were both taped, were off scale low, so per the checklist, I did not do any more vacuum inerting. I wasn't sure whether you meant to go ahead and do it anyway, or just do it that way as printed. Go ahead.
Stand by. Gordo, we'd like you to do that anyway, if you have a chance. And we're going over the hill. We'll talk to you again at Hawaii in 40 minutes. Columbia, Houston, we've got 1 minute left in this pass. How do you read?
This is Mission Control Houston, LOS through Botswana. Next station in 44 minutes is Hawaii. Meanwhile, over the last Hawaii pass, earlier in this orbit, the flight surgeon, Dr. Jim Logan, and Dr. Sam Poole, who's JSC Medical Operations Division Chief, had a private medical conference with the crew. Dr. Poole reports that the crew has no major problems, medically speaking, and that the crew took the precautionary scopolamine dexedrine pills, or Scopedex as it's known, after they got to orbit, as prescribed by the flight plan. Dr. Poole reports Ozma and Fullerton are in good spirits and enjoying what they're doing. He also said that the flight control team here on this shift is working hard to give the crew a good night's rest and keep to a minimum the number of calls that are made so that they can sack out pretty much on time as called for in the flight plan. We'll be back in 42 minutes at Hawaii at 8 hours 30 minutes into the third flight of Columbia. Mission Control, Houston.
Columbia, Houston through Hawaii. How do you read?
Oh, there you are. Aloha through Hawaii.
Aloha through Hawaii. This is a short pass. We've only got about 40 seconds left, and we'll talk to you stateside in 4 minutes.
Okay, Sally, can you answer the question we gave you last time about the vacuum inerting on the MPS?
That's affirmative. We'd like you to do that again for 30 minutes.
Want me to do it even though there's absolutely nothing on either of the gauges. They're off scale or low. Is that correct?
That's affirmative. We can get the reading on the ground. We see the pressure in the system here on the ground.
I gotcha. Okay, well, I wasn't sure about that, so I held up, and I'll get that started right away.
Okay.
This is Mission Control, Houston. 40 seconds now away from acquisition for a fairly brief West Coast pass offshore of California through Buckhorn and Goldstone. Even little Tula Peak has a 0.6 of a degree elevation angle on this pass. Partway through orbit number 7 of Columbia on this third flight. Fuel cells aboard Columbia are generating a combined total of 12.8 kilowatts. Cabin pressure is holding at 14.9 pounds per square inch at a temperature of 85.6 degrees Fahrenheit, and the humidity is 31%. Somewhat lower than the average Houston day. 5 minutes of this stateside pass. Next station after that will be Botswana, followed by Indian Ocean Station.
Columbia, Houston, back with you through the States for 5.5 minutes.
Okay, and we hear the teleprinter having at it.
Roger, the message that's coming up is entry weather.
Okay, I got my aerogram 2 off, and I need a reminder in 2.5 minutes from now to get the DFI PCM turned back to low sample. It's recording the dump, which I started 2.5 minutes ago.
Okay, we'll try and remind you to do that. And we're going to try and go back and get some playback data to see your caution and warning and fire smoke tests. If you happen to note down in your cap the time that you performed that, it would help us out.
Okay, the facts are, Sally, that I did a little bit early, and I had to say it was around 8 hours.
Okay, we'll start looking around 8 hours, and could you tell us whether the AvBay light was AvBay 3A or 3B?
Yes, it was 3 on the left side, so it'd be 3A, right?
Okay, that's correct, 3 alpha.
Got some visual observations for you, if we got time.
Go ahead.
Okay, I'm looking aft right now. and I came back to see if anything came out when I opened the fill of drains. Possibly something did. I see some long, they look like flat, long, white things, about a foot long, maybe 18 inches long, and 4 or 5 wide, with kind of irregular edges along the long side. Then about 5 or 6 of those just come floating out, sort of head on out above the tail.
We copy that. Did you happen to get a picture of them?
Yes, I tried 1 Hasselblad of it, just with the regular Earth exterior setting.
And Gordo, just for information, we, when we were looking at those manifolds, we saw only a couple of PSI, but it was enough to do the inerting.
Okay, don't see any more coming out. A few little flakes of white stuff just gradually drifting away. Interestingly enough, the outboard elevons appear to be trail, but the inboards I can just see the corner of, and the right inboard is up probably 10 degrees from the trail position, and the left inboard is full up.
Okay, we copy that. And apparently Joe and Dick saw that on STS-2 also.
Remember them mentioning them. And you got some tire pressures coming at you too.
Okay, and Gordo, we think your 2.5 minutes is up on the recorders. And I've got a couple more notes.
Go ahead, Sally.
Okay, when you get to the vehicle recovery and FES restart in the gravity gradient procedure, and you go to look at the flash evap, the evap out temp, it will probably not be greater than 47 degrees. That's all right. We'd like you to take the flash evap controller primary A to on anyway.
Okay, well, we already initiated that procedure and had to go to op temp high in order to get the temperature high enough to let the evaporator take over. It did so, and it turned off the out temp. I turned it back to normal, and the evaporator is controlling to 39 degrees. Is that okay?
That's fine, Jack.
What's the other note, Sally?
The only other is just a reminder that we've hit the time in the flight where we will no longer be recording voice. We'll pick it up again tomorrow morning, so hold any comments that you wanted to record on the ops recorders until tomorrow morning, if you could.
Okay, I'd like to report a stowaway also. It looks like a Florida fruit fly. He just came along for the ride, seems to be doing very well and getting where he wants to go. Right now he's walking around the front window.
And Columbia, with 40 seconds left in this pass until a long LOS, just an update on the PGU times. You asked about the sunrise-sunset times. Sunrise for the MET is 22 hours and 15 minutes, and sunset for the PGU is 12 hours and 15 minutes. And that happens every day, and that's a 4-hour and 45-minute delta from what you see on the cue card, and it's related to leaving the ONC building at a different time. And we're going LOS. We'll talk to you again at Botswana in 34 minutes.
This is Mission Control Houston. LOS through the stateside pass, 32 minutes until reacquisition through Botswana voice relay station. Sally ride to Capcom on this shift, had several flight plan notes to pass up to the crew, which she did with plenty of time left over on that fairly brief final pass of the West Coast for the evening. Jack Lausma reported a stowaway that may be of some interest to the New Mexico Department of Agriculture authorities at landing, a Florida fruit fly. We'll be back in 32 minutes at Botswana.
Oh, I hope he doesn't get near the head.
Columbia near halfway point in orbit number 7 at 9 hours 27 minutes elapsed time. Mission Control, Houston.
So many people down here are wondering what we're doing. How do you have this one?
Mission Control, Houston. We should be
Columbia,
AOS
Houston
through
through
Botswana.
Botswana for 6 minutes. Columbia, Houston through Botswana. How do you read?
Okay, we're hearing you loud and clear, Sally. We're in the SIA attitude.
We copy, Jack. You're loud and clear also. And you may have noticed that the teleprinter message that we tried to send up last pass, we did not get the message up. We had a problem here on the ground, just a procedural problem. And what you heard and what you'll see on the teleprinter if you go down there is just the initialization message. And we'll resend that message later on.
Okay.
I completed the vacuum and everything terminate and turned it off. I made one goof on the process. During the time we were dumping there, I was in low sample rather than high sample. Will that hurt you?
Negative, Gordo. That's all right. And Gordo, I've got a note on the cabin temperature. Our analysis indicates, just looking at the data down here, it looks like the cabin's getting a little bit cool, about the way it was on STS-1 and STS-2, and we think the situation's going to get colder when you finally get to tail sun later on this evening. And our best guess is that you'll need to do a little more than just pin the cabin temp controller in full hot to stay warm tonight. What we'd like you to do is to set up a mismatch in the water loop, the interchanger.
Okay, well, keep that in mind when we set up for pre-sleep.
One thing about this procedure is that it takes the cabin quite a while to respond to this change. In fact, the cabin temp may only change by about 4 degrees in the entire night pass. So, I guess we'd recommend that you set that up as soon as it's reasonable for you. And to do that, we'd just like you to take loop 2 to the loop 2 bypass mode to manual, and manual to decrease until loop 2 is in full interchanger flow.
Okay, loop 2 bypass manually in full decrease until it's as far as it'll go.
That's affirmative, and that turns out to be just the next step that you would go to in the orbit ops procedure for cabin temp control, if you want to refer to that.
Okay, so that means the number that I'm going to read on spec 88 is going to be a high number.
That's affirmative.
And you want us to do that now?
It's not necessary for you to do that now, but that's just a word of advice that we think the cabin may be getting cooler, and the sooner you do that, the warmer you'll get.
Okay.
I gotta say, so far it's been exactly right. Very nice. I'm shirt sleeves. I've been doing most of the running around. Jack has been sitting still, and he needed his jacket to stay warm.
Okay, that sounds good. And when you get around to doing the temp monitor that's called out later on this evening, we'd be interested in hearing what the temperatures are.
Right.
And Gordo, could you verify that you got the word on the PGU sunset sunrise times that I passed up over the last site?
No, I didn't, but I'll copy them right now if you want to give them to me again.
Okay, the PGU sunset is at 12 plus 15 every day. And the PGU sunrise will be at 22 plus 15 every day. And you'll notice that that's a 4-hour and 45-minute delta from what's on the cue card, and that's just a result of when they carried the thing out of the O&C building. So there's not really any correlation to the launch slip.
Okay, I got them logged on. And I've got the Loop 2 interchanger flow to 1290, which looks like about the max it'll go.
Okay, that sounds good. And Columbia, with 50 seconds left in this pass, I've got the latest MET of disable if you're ready to copy.
Okay, go ahead.
Okay, that'll be at 11:10 tonight.
Okay, in about 1 hour we go to...
You'll find it on the cap on page 4-9, and Indian Ocean's next at 10 plus 10.
You say 11 plus 10 or 10 plus 10?
The latest MET of disable is 11 plus 10, and Indian Ocean is next in about 4 minutes.
Okay, thank you.
Mission Control Houston here. LOS through Botswana, 3 minutes away from Indian Ocean Station. Capcom Sally Ride passed up to the crew with some advice on how best to manage the environmental control system during the overnight period for keeping the cabin warm enough. As they come around to the tail to the sun attitude, it is expected that the cabin temperature will drop, and by setting up a mismatch in the water loops, it's expected, as a matter of fact, this is a routine item in the checklist, it's expected that this mismatch in the water loop should keep the cabin from getting quite as cold as otherwise. We'll be back in about 3 minutes at Indian Ocean Station at 10 hours, 7 minutes elapsed time. Mission Control Houston.
Columbia, Houston through Indian Ocean for 3.5 minutes.
Okay, we're hearing you at Indian Ocean, and sounds like the teleprinter's working too.
Roger, Jack, and we'd like to reset a limit for you, an FDA limit. If you could give us SM Spec 60, we'll start a DEU equivalent to lower the lower limit of the exit temperature of fuel cell 1. It's running a little bit low right now, and we don't want it to trip the limit during sleep.
Okay, we'll buy that, and you got Spec 60 on CRT too, Sally.
And correction on that, Jack, what we're doing is changing the end counter on that limit up to 15.
Say it again, please.
Roger, what we're doing on that that limit is actually changing the end counter.
Okay. Did you folks see very much of the launch this morning? Were the clouds the way they were, or did we get out of sight quick?
Oh, we got some great pictures of the launch, Jack. It really looked super.
Oh, that's good. Looked a little cloudy, it does.
You should have been down here.
We did get VFR on top in a hurry.
I bet. If you guys have a chance, the POC would like another SIA observation. I'd like to have you fill out another data log sometime between 10:55 and 11:20 this evening. That's just if you get a chance. And that'll be during the dark pass.
Okay, Sally, after 10:55 you want a data log, understand?
That's affirmative. And we're finished with Spec 60, Gordo.
Okay.
And Columbia, we're still interested in the water situation. Have you had a chance to try any more of it?
We've been mixing drinks, or Carl's been mixing most of the drinks, and we've been putting quite a few of them away. They all seem to have about the same number of bubbles in them. I guess we'll bring some back. I would say it's probably about 10 to 20% bubbles. What do you say, Gordo? Not any more than 10%.
Okay, we copy that. We're 20 seconds to LOS, and Hawaii's next in 32 minutes.
Okay. I've had a pretty good meal, Sally, if you're still there. Steak, rice, and broccoli.
Sounds great. You missed barbecue down here.
Mission Control Houston, we've had acquisition through Hawaii.
For 5 minutes.
Okay, Sally, you're loud and clear.
You're loud and clear also, Gordo, and you could do us a favor and go down to the middeck and verify that the teleprinter message containing the entry weather data did make it on board and looks good. We'd appreciate that and consider the teleprinter good and send you another one this pass.
Okay, we did that. In fact, the message looks good, although I noticed you had what looks like 30,000 scattered or 30,000 broken, I forget which, for KSC. Did that mean 3,000 or 300?
Stand by.
We also want to know if you really want us to do this auto fuel cell purge, and I torqued the platform at 10:34:20. Over.
Okay, Jack, we copied 10:34:20, and if you've got the torquing angles, we'd like you to read them down. That'll, rather than going back to the playback, that way we can start to compute the compensations and build a load to fix your IMUs.
Okay, here they come. IMU 1 was plus 00, minus 0.08, minus 0.10. IMU 2, minus 0.09er, minus 0.07, plus 0.04. IMU 3, minus 0.06, plus 0.09er, and minus 0.10. How you read?
Roger, Jack, we copy all that. Thank you.
And do we need to purge the fuel cell this time around? You're waiting for an answer on that. Let me give you the PGU data, Sally.
Okay, go ahead. We're ready.
Okay, this was at 0 days, 10:17. The power light's on, and the chamber temps are 25.8, 25.7, 25.3, 25.5, 26.9er, 27.8. The lamp status is on, the other warning and fall lights are off. Looks good.
Okay, we copy that also, Gordo, and for information, the weather at KSC is 30,000 broken.
All right.
And
okay,
Jack,
we needed the answer on the fuel cell purge.
Okay, we've got that answer for you. We would like a fuel cell auto purge.
Okay, we'll start that soon. Let's see, we have the temp monitor numbers if you're curious what the cabin temps are.
Roger, we'd like to hear those.
Okay, I'll read it to you. Jack 1 is 71.2, number 2, 77.3. And going on in numerical order, 74.6, 78.0, 72.5, 68.6. Jack 7 has gone open. It says O/L out of limits. It must be open or something. And Jack 8 is 70.6. Over.
We copy that.
And Jack 9 is 98.6.
Roger, Jack. Copy.
Have the cabin temp in full heat right now. And CO2 absorber went in on time 3 into A.
We copy. It sounds like you're flying through the cap.
Yeah.
And Columbia, we're trying to send you a teleprinter message, and we're not getting a teleprinter return tone. We'd like you to verify the MS audio station air to ground 2 is in transmit receive.
Oh, no, it isn't. It's in receive only.
Okay, Gordo, we'd like it in transmit receive.
Now it's in TR.
Roger, and the teleprinter message should be on board. It's a Timbu summary. Columbia, 40 seconds to LOS. Santiago's next in 20 minutes, and you might check your DAP.
Okay.
We think you should be in DAP Bravo at this time.
Yeah, I thought we were. Okay, thank you.
Okay, and we'll talk to you over Chile.
This is Mission Control Houston. 19 minutes away from the first pass this evening at Santiago. However, we're coming up on sleep period here in the next hour or so. About an hour and 10 minutes until sleep period begins, so there are 2 more station passes before we put them to bed. Santiago, Botswana, and Indian Ocean Station. We'll return at Santiago in 18 minutes. This is Mission Control at 10 hours 52 minutes into day 1 of STS-3, the 3rd flight of Orbiter Columbia. This is Mission Control Houston. 25 seconds away from acquisition through Santiago, Chile tracking station. A pass lasting some 5 minutes 56 seconds. This pass and the one following over Botswana Voice Relay Station will likely be the last contacts of the evening by voice with the crew. Flight Director Neil Hutchinson does not want to bother them after those 2 passes with any more business. Should have acquisition now, which we do.
Columbia, Houston through Santiago for 5.5 minutes.
Okay, hello, Sally. We're in the pale sun orb rate. We'd like you to take a look at it to make sure you like it.
Okay, we'll take a look at that. And Jack, it looks right on to us.
Okay, that's good news. We'll just ride her out through the night then.
That sounds good. And just a note, we're taking a look at the RMS temperatures, and they're getting a little bit low. You may get an RMS temperature alarm before you get to the port RMS heater to auto, which is your last step pre-sleep. If you do get that alarm, just go ahead and take the heaters to auto, and there's no need to go into the malfunction procedure.
Okay, I'm right there by it. Do you want it auto now?
That's fine. Go ahead to auto now.
Okay, the port RMS heaters are auto. I'm a little unsure just exactly what's wanted in this induced atmosphere data log. I'm looking out here in nighttime. Don't see anything, although just before sunset there was a bunch of those white particles flying around with us again, and I don't see anything in the way of glows or anything like that. So is that about what we're looking for?
That sounds good.
Every time you can really see these particles is near the sunrise or sunset, when the background is black but the particles are getting wet. Then they really show up.
Okay, Gordo, and if you have nothing more for us, we'd like to kind of start a summary of things that we've seen that we may not have tagged you up on completely. Columbia, Houston, you're breaking up. Could you give us a radio check?
Okay, we got you loud and clear, and go ahead with that summary on me.
Okay, you're loud and clear also. First of all, I guess after the ohms burns, we took a look at the gimbal check on our playback data, and the gimbal check looked good. Also, the ohms gauges that we were worried about, looks like 3 of the 4 gauges are working well, and it's the left fuel gauge on the ohms fuel quantity seems to be biased high and isn't working very well, but the other 3 are working well.
Yeah, that's the way it looks to us.
Okay, also on the IMUs, after your second IMU alignment, we took a look at the data. It looks like all of the IMUs are within about 1 sigma, and there's no cal required. All 3 of them look good.
Okay, and let me interrupt with something I noticed so that the payload guys can think about it. I did the PDP deactivation per the book. Only on an off nominal thing was that the PDP temperature was not plus 58.2. Over.
Gordo, you cut out the very end of that. Could you repeat after the temperature?
Yeah, the PDP temperature is not in the limits shown in the PDP deact procedure. In fact, it reads 58.5 right now.
Roger, we copy. The payloads people will look at that.
Go ahead with the summary.
Okay, one piece of information you'll probably be interested in. It looks like we got off the pad with about 48 pounds of extra hydrogen, and that's as a result of not holding on the pad and making up the reserves.
How many extra days is that worth?
We suspected you'd ask that question. It's about half a day.
Okay. And what's your feeling on APU-3? Did I hear you say that you think it'll work okay when we try it for entry?
That's affirmative, Gordo. We think it's going to work okay, and we can give you a few more words on that over Botswana. We've got about half a minute left in this pass, and Botswana's next in about 16 minutes.
Okay.
Mission Control Houston, LOS through Santiago, Botswana in 15 minutes. Capcom Sally Ride, summarize the major system status. The ohms fuel quantity gauges, three of four of those appear to be reading correctly, and the 4th one apparently is squirrely. All inertial measurement units are within the same tolerance limit, so there needs to be no further work on getting those to agree. According to the people here in the systems group and Mission Control, the APU number 3 appears to be all right and will be usable on entry day. And the current fuel cell purge is apparently proceeding well, according to the ground data. Back in 14 minutes for Botswana and the final pass of the evening. Mission Control Houston at 11 hours 18 minutes. Mission elapsed time. Mission Control Houston, about 7 seconds away from acquisition through Botswana voice relay station, which likely will be the final pass of the evening as far as voice contact with the crew of Columbia.
Columbia, Houston through Botswana for 5.5 minutes, over.
Okay, we're hearing you at Botswana, Sally.
Roger, Jack, you're loud and clear. And if you have nothing for us, we can continue with the summary.
Okay, we were trying to set up our speaker boxes so that we could use them during the night for alerts and so forth rather than plugging in with the ear, but I'm not sure we're going to get there.
Okay, we understand. First of all, your fuel cell purge looked good, and just for information, all the fuel cells look like they're running real well.
Boy, that sure is good news, isn't it?
And APU number 3, you were asking about that. Again, we think that there's nothing wrong with it. It just froze up. We think we'll be able to use it for entry. We are talking about possibly checking it out, using it for the FCS checkout, and maybe running it a little bit longer than normal, but we'll get back to you later on in the flight on that after we make up our minds for sure.
Okay, that's also very good news.
And some more good news is that the DFI PCM recorder that we were a little bit worried about earlier on looks like it's running fine. We think there may be a small instrumentation problem with it, but looks like the tape's running and the recorder's working. We'll be watching that tomorrow closely.
Okay, and you'll be giving us a consumables update in the morning, or at least telling us how we're doing.
Yeah, we will, and quickly, the consumables look good. The cryo is above nominal, and last report, the prop consumables were also running above nominal.
Okay, and I've noticed that every time we come into the sunrise that we see lots of flexible snowflakes going away from us. Some are very bright, and they seem to have a propulsive force out and away from the left-hand side of the nose of the spacecraft. Sort of, if you're looking in the spacecraft, looking out, they're going toward 11 o'clock from the nose.
Okay, we copy that, and of course, any pictures that you can get of those, we'd be grateful.
The particles have differing velocities, and we're just wondering if this has been seen before, or if we got some kind of other debris that's still breaking away, or if it's got to do with the verniers or what.
Okay, we'll talk about that down here. Also, as far as the PDP goes, the PDP temperatures look okay to us, and if you wrote it down, we'd like to get the actual MET of disable.
Yeah, we wrote that down. It was 11:06:25.
Okay, we've got that. Thank you. And another piece of good news for you. All day long, we were getting good data out of the new White Sand sites. Both the UHF and the S-band seem to be working good, and they'll support us all the way through orbit tomorrow.
Oh, that's great. I understand. That's Tula, right? Tula Peak?
That's affirmative, the new sites that are near where Tula Peak was. And one more thing on the PDP, I forgot to ask you for the forward light status.
That described to you before? Some of them are real big. They look like a satellite almost, but and very, very bright. Others are small, about the size of look like the size of an eraser and a pencil. And it looks like just light snow flurries is what it looks like.
Okay, we copy that. And as far as the PDP goes, we got the actual MET of disable. We'd also like the forward light status.
It was off. After I turned it off, disabled, it was off.
Roger, we copy that. And another piece of information is we sent you a state vector a little while ago, and we've been watching it. It looks like it's good for the next Northrop opportunity.
Okay, thank you. And on the tape recorder forward light status, right now we got channel 1 on and channel 2 off on tape recorder 1, but we have power light on and a forward light on, and a channel 1 light on and a channel 2 light off on tape recorder 1.
Okay, we copy that. And we've got 30 seconds left in this pass. Indian Ocean is our last pass of the evening, and that's coming up in 3 minutes.
I'm wondering if you want us to turn the display
Lights off on the OSS command panel. We got all those red lights burning and thought maybe you'd want to turn them off by going display switch off.
Let us think about that.
And of course...
And Jack, sounds good to us. Go ahead and turn those off.
Okay, display switch only, but power switch on, right?
That's affirmative.
This is Mission Control Houston. We've had loss of signal through Botswana. We're a minute and a half away from reacquisition through Indian Ocean Station toward the end of revolution or orbit number 8. Capcom Sally Ride continued passing up to Fullerton and Lausma. All of the current system status as perceived by the people here in Mission Control. All fuel cells are working well and pulling the kilowatts required to keep the spaceship running. APU-3, which had some overheating problems during the launch phase, may be used for the flight control system checkout later in the flight. The developmental flight instrumentation PCM recorder is functioning all right. All consumables are above the nominal red lines for this point in the flight plan. The portable S-band and VHF stations that have been moved to the White Sands Missile Range to support landing on the 29th of March are working and have been tracking and relaying communications to Columbia throughout the day. So they're all green. We should have acquisition now through Indian Ocean site.
Columbia, Houston, back with you through Indian Ocean for 7 minutes.
Hey, Sally, I'm Claire. We're fiddling with the speaker mic and tone volume. It looks like this bypass tone volume down on MO42F needs to be full clockwise max power to be a good waker-upper.
Okay, we copy that.
We haven't heard anything we've recognized on the UHF, so I think we'll sleep with it on. And Gordon's going to sleep down below with the with the speaker working, although he's not going to be able to transmit over it. He will have his wireless there if he wants to transmit. I'll be sleeping up in the front seat with HIU and a plug in my ear. Okay?
Okay, that sounds good to us. And just a reminder that if you do decide to turn the UHF off, we'd like you to turn it off on panel 06, not from the ATUs.
Turn it off at 06, okay? And by the way, I wasn't feeling too good earlier today, but I'm feeling a lot better now. And if the folks are interested in all that way, that's the latest status.
Hey, that sounds great. We appreciate hearing those words. And we want to compliment you guys on just a super job today. It looks like you've got everything done in the cap, and we're really pleased.
Well, how can you miss with a team like we got down there? 2 teams today just been helping us along, and I'd say this is the kind of day you ought to start out with. It was purposely made to be not too complex, so we get used to being here, and we'll be ready to go tomorrow.
Oh, that sounds great. We do have a few disappointed people coming into the room, though. The planning team's coming on, and there's nothing for them to plan, and they don't have much of a failure status to summarize for you on your teleprinter message.
Well, I can imagine how disappointed they are. They might even get a little rest tonight.
Roger that.
I hope we can do it that way every night.
Columbia, just a note of interest. Crip says that he remembered seeing several particles floating around on orbit also. It looked like things that were being emitted from the spacecraft, so apparently this has been seen before. And any documentation that you can do on it would be appreciated.
Are you still on?
That's affirmative, Jack. We've got 1 more minute.
Okay, most of that stuff is drifting up toward a 130 position, going at about a half a foot a second. Every once in a while there'll be a burst of particles that'll shoot out of there at a rapid velocity, but they're all going upward at a 130 direction and more toward the nose of the spacecraft, kind of over the right or the left wingtip. Some of them are very large, but most of them are very small, and none of them are, to speak of, are drifting out on the starboard side of the rudder.
Okay, Jack, we copy all that, and we're 15 seconds to LOS. We'll talk to you in the morning. And just a reminder to get the SM checkpoint. And going over the hill, your attitude looks real good.
Okay. One possibility is, now that we're tail front, it's just heating things up there and
Mission Control Houston. LOS through the Indian Ocean Station. 28 minutes to Hawaii. However, the Indian Ocean Station was the final planned communications with Columbia for the evening as the crew goes into a sleep period. That begins in about 10 minutes and runs to 20 hours elapsed time. At 11 hours 50 minutes into the flight of Columbia on STS-3, Mission Control Houston.
Mission Control Houston, 12 hours 26 minutes mission elapsed time. We've had loss of signal through the Hawaii station on orbit number 9. We'll be reacquiring in about 19 minutes. Mission Control Houston, 12 hours 45 minutes mission elapsed time. Columbia is on its 9th orbit of the Earth and is about to pass within range of the Santiago, Chile tracking station. However, it's unlikely that there'll be any communication with the vehicle. The crew continues to be in their sleep period. The vehicle is in darkness now and continues to maintain the tail to sun attitude. After this pass, it'll be about another hour before we come within range of another tracking station. At 12 hours 45 minutes mission elapsed time, this is Mission Control Houston. This is Mission Control Houston, 14 hours 2 minutes mission elapsed time. Space Shuttle Columbia is about halfway through its 10th orbit around the Earth. All systems aboard the Columbia appear to be functioning well after about 14 hours of spaceflight. Very few problems have cropped up during the day, and Flight Director Harold Drawn is reviewing all spacecraft systems with the engineers here in Mission Control. The astronauts remain in their scheduled sleep period and are due to be awakened in about 6 hours. Commander Jack Lousma and pilot Gordon Fullerton face a full day of tests Tuesday, working with the remote manipulator arm and the OSS-1 payload. 14 hours 3 minutes mission elapsed time. This is Mission Control Houston. This is Mission Control Houston, 15 hours mission elapsed time. The Columbia is, the crew aboard Columbia continues to be in their scheduled sleep period. Earlier this evening, about 2 hours ago, as the vehicle had passed over the Santiago tracking station, flight controllers noticed that the crew had been up at one point about 2 hours ago to perhaps make an adjustment in the systems affecting cabin temperature. The temperature in the cabin recorded at as of about 20 minutes ago in a recent pass over Ascension Island was about 81 degrees Fahrenheit. There was a report toward the end of the day last night from the engineers in the Payload Operations Control Center that during the day, the first day of the flight, all the 8 instruments aboard the OSS-1 payload were successfully powered on near their scheduled times, and all of those instruments currently remain operational. Scientists are watching the data being collected there. Currently in mission control, the flight controllers are considering what, if any, minor adjustments may be made to the crew activities plan for Tuesday. At 15 hours, 2 minutes mission elapsed time, this is Mission Control Houston. This is Mission Control Houston, 16 hours, 3 minutes mission elapsed time. The Columbia is on its 12th orbit of the Earth, and the crew continues to sleep with about 4 hours remaining in their sleep period. The vehicle just recently passed over the Santiago, Chile tracking station. Ground data was sent down at that time. The cabin temperature appears to have come down a bit from what it was about 1 orbit ago. Having dropped from 81 degrees Fahrenheit down to about 79 on the last pass over Santiago. Things remain relatively quiet here in Mission Control. The flight controllers are looking over the plans for tomorrow and determining if any changes need to be made in the flight plan. And the engineers in the Payload Operations Control Center continue to monitor their instruments, which are all working at the present time. At 16 hours, 4 minutes mission elapsed time, this is Mission Control Houston.